Week 5, I'm back. Welcome in, everybody. Chatterbox Bengals back with you again for another live game watch along. Can't wait to have it with you, and hopefully my first win of the year. I was off last week. Our good friend Reed Mouse filled in, and he was able to bring home a win. I haven't been so lucky yet this year, but hoping that changes today. First divisional matchup for the Bengals as the Ravens come to town. Certainly one of the better NFL rivalries, interdivisional rivalries of the recent era. Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, two of the best quarterbacks in the league. Obviously, Lamar with his 2 MVPs, and we all know what Burrow is. So it should be a great game, a matchup of strengths versus weaknesses, it seems. The Ravens, the sixth worst passing defense in the NFL. The Bengals obviously dominating through the air. Joe Burrow, top 5 in passing yards and touchdowns. And the Bengals can't stop the run. And the Ravens run for more yards than anyone in the league. So it certainly should be an interesting game. Movable object beats an unstoppable force in both of those scenarios. So certainly interesting, hoping for a lot of points. I think the Bengals' best shot is to get this one into a high-scoring shootout. So we'll see how this game goes today. Craig puts it in the chat. Yeah. And some of you, I'm sure, know, those that watch a lot of Chatterbox content, I went to Alabama, graduated from Alabama, big Alabama football fan. Yesterday was a tough one. There's no way to spin losing to Vandy, but I'm sure I'll come up with something by the time off the bench rolls around on Monday to make it seem not as bad. But today, singular focus is on the Bengals. Get a win, resurrect this weekend. 83 degrees outside, light wind, sunny day, beautiful day outside today. Hopefully the Bengals offense can start hot and get rolling, because I'm really worried about this game if we get behind and let the Ravens play with a lead. But alas, we're here and about to get it underway. Orange pants back on for the Jungle Cats. Wore them with the orange jerseys in week 1. That was the first time the Bengals had ever worn orange pants. Obviously a loss to the Patriots in that one. Kick is off. Justice Hill will feel it in the end zone, but he takes a knee. Ravens will start at the 30. And I'm getting this scoreboard taken care of for you folks. Oh. There we go. We're rocking and rolling. Sir Boy, no Bama questions. No Bama questions. We're locked in on the Bengals. 1st and 10 from the 30. Ravens offense gets the ball first. I didn't get too crazy today. I'm just on Bengals money line in the over. It's a jet sweep to Zay Flowers, who's averaging over 5 yards a carry this year, and nothing changes there. He gets about 8. 2nd and 1 for the Ravens. We knew this run game was going to be a problem. Zay Flowers, Justice Hill, Derrick Henry, Lamar Jackson, all averaging over 5 yards per carry. They can do it with so many different people, and they do it so well. Best rushing offense, 16th passing offense, best total offense based on yardage for the Ravens so far this year. Derrick Henry powers through the middle for a first down. Ravens approaching midfield. It's going to be 1st and 10 for Lamar and the Ravens offense. Chris Jenkins and B.J. Hill starting on the interior of that defensive line. A nice change. Hopefully will help this run defense getting B.J. Hill back. And then as Chris Jenkins gets more and more comfortable coming off of his thumb surgery. Another handoff on 1st down, and that hole is filled, though Derrick Henry falls forward for a few yards. A great tackle by Dax Hill, running off the edge there and chopping down Derrick Henry before he can get much. Still able to get 2, 2nd down and 8. Great tackle by Dax Hill. Been very upset with his tackling so far this year. That's a great play to start this game. Mike Hilton out today, as they just mentioned on the broadcast, among the Bengals inactives. No other real surprises there. but Mike Hilton certainly a big loss for this defense. Jackson able to find Mandrews in the middle for a first down. Sorry, Charlie Kolar in the middle for a first down. I should have known better. Mark Andrews certainly not being used this year in the pass game so far. Charlie Kolar sits down in the middle of the zone right in front of, is that Jung Meta? It is. Our preseason friend, Meme Jung Meta, in the game at linebacker. That's exciting. 3rd and 1 for the Ravens, just across midfield. It's a handoff up the gut to Derrick Henry, nothing fancy. He's met in the hole by Von Bell, but as Derrick Henry does, he falls forward. Plenty to convert the first down and a little more. Being the NFL's leading rusher at this age is absurd. Derrick Henry's career, the longevity, he's so good. First and 10 from the 44. Play action pass, rollout. Lamar Jackson fires to the flat. Zay Flowers wide open, but Lamar can't put the ball on him. It's going to be incomplete. 2nd and 10 for the Ravens. That's a throw you got to make if you're Lamar Jackson. Jack O'Grady, Jung Meta's going to make a huge play today. I can feel it. Certainly wouldn't be opposed. Another guy I'd love to see make a big play. Lined up at edge right now, Myles Murphy in his first game of the season. Jackson finds Justice Hill for a screen. He's able to scamper forward for about 7 or 8. It's going to be 3rd down. 3rd and 2 for the Ravens. Bengals have not been able to get a 3rd down stop yet on this drive. Had chances earlier. 3rd and 2 going against this Bengals defense with Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry in the backfield. I would be floored if you don't just hand the ball off. Well, I take it back. Justice Hill in the backfield. Still a very, very good runner, but 3rd and 2, you'd expect that ball to be going to Derrick Henry. It's handed off to the outside to Justice Hill. He gets around Myles Murphy and turns the corner for a first down. I guess that's why you have Hill in there. That quick burst speed. He's a great player that gets overshadowed by the other rushers in Baltimore, but he's been a good piece to this Ravens offense for a long time. That's certainly a frustrating play. Would love to see Myles Murphy do his job there and keep that contained and not allow him to the outside, but as soon as Justice Hill turns that corner, the dreams of a stop were cooked. He's too fast. He has too much burst. 1st and 10 for the Ravens, right about the 30. Jackson fires deep, wide open, Zay Flowers. Cam Taylor-Britt in coverage. Just absolutely wide open for Zay Flowers. After a rough game last week for Taylor-Britt, he was benched at one point for DJ Turner, and then not a great start to this game here. We'll see what happened on this other camera angle. Zay Flowers just hard off the line. It's just a good out route. And CTB has no idea what to do. He's running back towards the end zone. That's a terrible look. See, he has to play better. Cam Taylor-Britt has to play better. Read option. Jackson keeps it up the middle enough to get to about the 5. It's going to be 2nd and goal now. Von Beck in the chat. CTB is lost. Certainly a worry. 2nd down, bend, don't break. This is what Lou Anarumo does best. A lot of people mad at Lou Anarumo these days in Cincinnati, but inside the 20s is where he always steps it up. So 2nd and goal here for the Ravens offense. Bengals D looking to hold him to 3. Jay Tufele, BJ Hill, Sam Hubbard, and Trey Hendrickson on the defensive line. Lamar Jackson keeps it, hurdles, reaches, touchdown Ravens. Touchdown, Lamar Jackson. Ravens get to a goal-to-go situation. and they just hand the ball off. Run some read options. That read option is special. He's not in. He's not in. He's not in. Nope. Ball's going to be inside the 1, but he is not in. That knee is down. That knee is down. That knee is down. Great play, Sam Hubbard. Great play, Sam Hubbard. Way to track him down. Way not to give up on the play. That'd be very easy to give up on that play when Lamar Jackson turns the corner, you're a big defensive lineman, to just let him score, chalk it up as a loss, and get out there and fight the next play or next series. But great way to stick with it, Sam Hubbard. Chop down his legs and keep him out of the end zone. Ravens are going to have it inside the 1. 3rd and goal. Let's get some threes in the chat. 3rd and goal. Let's get a stop here. Let's force 4th down. Force a field goal attempt. Come on, defense. Huge stop here for the Bengals defense if they can get it done. Lamar Jackson under center. Whole lot of man behind him. Pat Ricard and Derrick Henry. It's a toss play to Henry, who loses his footing, gets up, and squeezes through for a touchdown. Bengals certainly had an opportunity there. Henry lost his footing in the backfield, but he was able to get up and get in. That's a shame. That's a shame. Great effort from the Bengals defense there, but just too much to handle for Derrick Henry. If it's college, he doesn't score. Goes down in the backfield, but no Bengals close enough to touch him down. Gets back up and fights through the hole for a touchdown. Short yardage plays are going to be a struggle for this team all day. This team obviously being the Bengals. Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson, the two-way read options, nearly impossible to guard with those two great runners. 6-0 pending the extra point. Rick S. points out exactly what I'm thinking right now. Boy, oh boy, did that look easy. For Derrick Henry, that's 100 career touchdowns. He's the 27th player in NFL history to score 100 touchdowns. What a great career it's been for number 22. Tucker bangs it through. 7-0, Baltimore. This could be a long, long day, folks. This run defense versus these runners. We could be in for a really, really long day. But the reason we all tune in is about to take the field. Joe Burrow and this Bengals offense about to get their first crack at it. Need to do the same thing. Need to drive right down the field with relative ease and put some points on the board. 12 plays, 70 yards, 6:06 on the clock. Nightmare. Aaron asks how I'm feeling about yesterday. Aaron, I thank you for the concern, but right now we're focused on the Bengals. I do not feel great. Got to find a way to spin that Alabama loss at some point. But right now we're focused on the Bengals and getting this win against Baltimore. 6-minute drive early in the game. That's not what you want to see. Bengals getting the ball back here with about 9 minutes on the clock. Craig, that is correct. Craig said it could be a really short day with these long drives. I was more speaking from an emotional sense. Could be tough to watch. We'll figure out just how this game's going to go here on this first offensive drive, I feel like. The Bengals offense struggles to move the ball. Not great. Peeking around the league now. At the commercial break, Colts up 7-0 on the Jaguars. Joe Flacco starting that game. Dolphins offense with the first lead of the day. 3-point lead over New England, and that means that the Dolphins have taken a snap with the lead on the clock now. It's the first time this season, and yes, we are in week 5. Panthers up 6 on the Bears. Bills and Texans still knotted at 0. If Lamar invited you over for dinner, would you accept? I think I would. Lamar's a special player. I'd like to meet him. Talk about the Louisville days. We can just ignore the Ravens-Bengals rivalry for that meal. Upset Saturdays, right, Mark. It was a crazy one. That's the beautiful thing about college football, but we're on to NFL Sunday now, and hopefully we can get another upset here as the Bengals were 2.5-point home dogs in this matchup. Joe Burrow taking the field now. Going to be a big test for the interior of this offensive line. The tackles have looked really good. Orlando Brown putting together one of the best seasons of his career, and so far, limited pressure for the Bengals allowed on Joe Burrow, but Justin Madubuike and this Ravens front seven is certainly a different animal than we've seen before. Joe Burrow pump fakes, tucks and carries, gets about a yard. 2nd and 9. Kyle Hamilton came in untouched there. Got in the passing lane. Looking to throw a screen pass to T. Higgins there to open up the game, but Kyle Hamilton blitzing threw a wrench in those plans. 2nd and 9 for the Bengals. Kudos to Joe to be able to get some positive yardage there. Eric All in motion in the backfield. Burrow drops back to pass, fires into the middle, caught by Higgins. Caught by Higgins across the middle. Certainly great to have T. Higgins back. That Commanders game, he certainly didn't seem to be 100%. And then last week, putting together a phenomenal stat line. Amarius Mims starting at right tackle. Hasn't gotten a lot of love from PFF so far when it comes to game grades, but if you watched our Chatterbox Bengals episode, you can go back and still watch it now. We broke down some of his film from his first start last week against Carolina, and I'm thrilled with what I've seen from Amarius Mims so far. They're on 3rd and 6. Orlando Brown is going to jump. It's going to move the Bengals back a little further. Make this 3rd down a little harder to come by. I misspoke. Neutral zone infraction. They said Odafe Owe of the Ravens defense lured him off sides. That's right. He leaned forward, absolutely. Orlando Brown just reacting. That's going to be 5 yards for this Bengals team. Penalty yards this season. The Ravens, the most in the league. The Bengals, 3rd least. Ravens more than doubling up the Bengals' 144 penalty yards so far this year. Love to see a team play a clean brand of football. 3rd and 1, a handoff up the gut to Zach Moss, and he's going to get stuffed. Roquan Smith flies through the hole. Brings down Zach Moss. Roquan Smith, special player. Really, really good off-ball linebacker. Going to bring up 4th and 1 for the Bengals. Probably means Ryan Rico punt. Burrow and Chase headed to the sideline. That is what the Bengals are going to do. Just kick it away here early in the game. First drive for the Ravens, 6-minute touchdown drive. First drive for the Bengals, 3 and out. Rico drops the ball onto his foot, sends it deep. Dejon Anthony down there to down it, but it's fair caught at about the 15. Our friend T. Brookie in the chat asks, why not go for it? I think that's a fair question, but maybe early in the game, for some reason, they want to believe in their defense. And giving them such a short field, if you are unable to convert, could put you in a 14-0 hole, and that's certainly tough to come back from. Punting it deep gives the defense a chance to show you that they're ready to play today. Certainly didn't look like it on the first drive, though. Bengals digging themselves in an 0-3 hole to start the season just means that you can't lose many more games, especially with 2 losses already in the AFC conference. When it comes to wild card tiebreakers and other things for the playoffs like that, you have to take care of business against basically every team on your schedule so far, and that starts today with the Ravens. If the Bengals want any hopes of winning the AFC North, I think you have to win this game today. So, great question from Donovan Daniel in our chat here. If you could take 3 players from the Ravens to integrate into the Bengals, who are you picking? I think that's a phenomenal question. Would love to hear your guys' answers in the chat. I think first and foremost, I'm definitely taking Justin Madubuike. To add him to the middle of our defensive line would be phenomenal. I know Geno Stone was great there last year, but if we could get Kyle Hamilton in the back end of this defense, that'd be pretty special. And then I love our tackles. Or a few years ago, I probably would have said Ronnie Stanley, but I really like Amarius Mims and Orlando Brown. I'm fine with our backfield. If we're concerned in contracts, I wouldn't want Derrick Henry. That's a really good question. See a lot of people saying Derrick Henry. I certainly agree if we're ignoring contracts, but $20 million to a running back when you're already paying your quarterback and hopefully paying your receiver soon probably doesn't add up. Optimistic John, good to see you. You're not being very optimistic, though. Pretty sad you can't get a yard. That's absolutely correct. If you can't get a yard in the NFL, you shouldn't be able to win football games. But here we are with the Bengals. Maybe that's why they aren't winning football games. If the Bengals drop this one, those orange pants need to go into the river. We can never wear orange pants again if the Bengals drop this game. Orange pants in a box, thrown in the river if we lose this game. Defense back out there. Ravens backed up to right about the 15. Henry flanks Jackson in the backfield. 1st and 10 from the 16. Play action pass. No pass rush. Lamar sitting back there all day. Fires to Kolar. Incomplete. Just a poor throw from Lamar Jackson. Kolar definitely open there. Leads him a little too far inside and upfield. Dax Hill almost made a play on that ball. But 2nd and 10 from the 16 now for the Ravens. Zay Flowers in motion. Trips at the top of your screen. Fired out screen pass. Dax Hill almost got his hand on that as a blitzing corner, but brought down by Geno Stone on the outside. None of this pessimism in the chat. I'm seeing a lot of, they're going to score. They're going to score here in a minute. No, they're not. No, they're not. We're okay. Defense is going to get a stop. 3 for 3 on 3rd down conversions today are the Ravens against the Bengals defense. No stops yet. Limited pressure, and Jackson fires across the middle. Zay Flowers had a few steps on DJ Turner, and he's down inside the 40. Big chunk play on 3rd down for the Ravens, moving this ball at will. Rob says we need 55 back for AFC North games, and I definitely agree. Vontaze Burfict, one of my favorite Bengals players ever. He was a menace on the inside of that defense. Wasn't the fastest, wasn't the strongest. Certainly hit the hardest and played the hardest, though. Love Vontaze Burfict. Maybe we can get a similar type of effort out of Jong Meta today. Play action pass. Jackson finds Likely, who goes untouched for about 5 yards before he's brought down by DJ Turner. This defense is shameful. Borderline shameful. Get a live look in here from the Panthers-Bears game. Panthers up 7-0, but Caleb Williams finds DJ Moore to tie it up at 7. Bears with the longest home winning streak in the NFL. That's 7 games. 4 minutes left here in the first quarter, and the Ravens already have over 100 yards more than the Bengals, 107-4. Sam Hubbard able to bring down Lamar Jackson for the sack. There we go, hometown kid. Love to see it. If Sam Hubbard could start producing at any kind of level, that would certainly help this defense quite a bit. So that's a phenomenal start. Drives that tackle back about 5 yards and then immediately spins back and takes down Lamar Jackson. That's a great play. B.J. Hill in there too. Great to see these guys stepping it up a little bit on that defensive front. 3rd and 7 now for the Ravens as Lou Anarumo and the Bengals fans look on, begging for a stop. The ball's at the 49-yard line. Lamar Jackson back, fires deep and incomplete. Great play, Cam Taylor-Britt. Knocks it away from Zay Flowers. Eerily similar to Dejon Anthony's PBU against the Chiefs that was flagged. An out route by Zay Flowers. Cam Taylor-Britt meets him in the air. Certainly going for the ball. Absolutely should not have been a penalty. Good no call there by the officials. 4th and 7. The Bengals defense gets a much-needed stop. Jack O'Grady saying Mahomes would have gotten a DPI on that. I don't know that I disagree. That looked pretty similar. But nevertheless, Ravens punt it away, and that's going to be a pretty good punt depending on the spot here. Just inside the 15. Correct that, at the 15. Bengals offense will look to go almost the length of the field here. 85 yards, hopefully for a touchdown to tie this game up. Ravens up 7 on the Bengals. Bengals able to get a stop there on defense. That's all you want to see. Score updates from around the league. Colts still up on the Jags, 7-0. Ramondre Stevenson able to get into the end zone for the Patriots. They lead 7-3. Browns and Commanders knotted at 0. Bills and Texans finally have some points. The Bills put 3 on the board, are still in the first quarter there, and then a 7-7 tie in Chicago between the Bears and the Panthers. Rob says we have to score here, and I absolutely agree. Have to score here. Can't give the Ravens a 2-score lead and allow them to just drain this clock for 3 quarters. And I can't honestly rely on our defense to continue getting stops. So absolutely need points here, no matter what. Evan Maurer, good friend of Chatterbox Sports, good friend of our chat, always in here having a good time. Evan says, do I have a lot of Reds merch? Obviously, all my Bengals stuff behind me here because it is a Bengals show after all. But before I started doing this was a lot of Red stuff behind me. There's a lot of Red stuff in this basement. And I just rearranged it a little bit to have a more Bengals focus. But yes, absolutely Reds gear down here for sure. Blackmore says, I put away all my Bama gear. No. That pylon right there, signed by Jalen Milroe. I got my rings down here on my left. You're right. Still a proud Bama fan. 12-team playoff absolutely gives us a chance. But again, focus here is on the Bengals. Ball's on the 15-yard line. Joe Burrow's going to have to put together a great drive. They said before the game, Joe said during the week that he's going to have to be close to perfect to win this game. And I certainly agree with him. And then before the game, the sideline reporter asked T. Higgins what that means for the rest of the offense. And T said, well, we have to be perfect too. Love that mindset from this team. Love that mindset from these star players. Who cares what's going on outside of your control? Just be perfect. Do your job, and the Bengals will hopefully be able to stack up some wins. So, Houday, Evan Maurer, that's right. Let's get some Houdays in the chat. Let's get this ball rolling. Joe Burrow in the shotgun from the 15. 1st and 10 for the Bengals. Wow. Joe Burrow, high pass to Jamar Chase. Chase able to bring it in. Holy cow, that probably would have been picked if Chase doesn't make a great play. Really, really high pass by Burrow, but a great play by Chase. There was some worry in the first few weeks about number one not being his full self. I think we can throw all that out the window after these last few performances. Giving the Bengals the first down, but find it hard to believe that that spot is correct. Dax Hill walking to the locker room. A big loss for this Bengals defense if he's going to miss time. Dax Hill going into the locker room with the training staff. That means DJ Turner and Cam Taylor-Britt are going to be playing corner with very, very limited depth behind them. Mike Hilton already inactive today. Not a lot of options on the outside if Dax Hill is going to be unable to go. 2nd and 1 for the Bengals. Eric All in motion. Burrow takes the snap, hands it off up the gut to Chase Brown, cuts back for the first down and more. Ankle tackle by Roquan Smith. Big shouts, Nathan Hines. Thank you for the watchful eye. Dak jumping and limping off the field, a little hop and hamstring grab as he headed to the sideline after that play, and now he's in the locker room. A pitch on this play to Chase Brown, and he burst through the hole, 10 yards and more, out across the 40, first down for the Bengals. Chase Brown, man. Chase Brown, man. What else is there to say? What else is there to say? He's so explosive. Oh, man, I love it. I love it. Great run, Chase Brown. That's right, T. Brookie. Thank you so much. Everyone in here watching this game with me, having a good time. Make sure you hit that thumbs up. Make sure you like the stream. Make sure you're in the chat. All those things help us out here today. Just trying to will the Bengals to a win. Screen pass to Zach Moss. Certainly would consider that an extension of the run game. This has been phenomenal to see on this drive. Greg Sandlin puts it in the chat. I was just about to say it. Phenomenal block by Eric Hall. Houston Texans have scored their first points of the day. They take a 7-3 lead over the Bills. Rob, I did not see Zach Moss's cleats. We'll have to look those up. I love when players do custom cleats. Some of my favorite thing in the league. Joe Burrow in the shotgun, standing at the 50, balls inside the 45. He drops back, rolls now with pressure, fires into the ground right about the line of scrimmage, and it's going to be incomplete, intended for D. Higgins, but ultimately just avoiding the sack and getting that ball away. Madubuike in his face. Such a special player, Madubuike is. Really broke out last year with the Ravens, but he drives Ted Karras all the way back into the lap of Joe Burrow, and then Trenton Simpson able to get off his block and make the play. Everyone, make sure you're liking the stream in the chat. We love to see you guys here. Joe Burrow in the shotgun takes the snap, loads, and fires deep to Mike Gesicki, and if it's caught, it's a great play. 1 foot down for sure. Going to have to see the replay to make sure he got 2, but a great play. That's going to be close, but a phenomenal grab by Gesicki. That first foot's down when he grabs the ball. Then the right foot touches. That's going to stand as a catch. What a play by Gesicki. Not many tight ends making a play like that. That's why you bring in 88 to be a receiving weapon. And Chase Brown does it again. Breaks through the hole, a 10-yard rush. We were just saying 5 minutes ago, we'd take Derrick Henry off this Ravens team. Maybe we got a running back of our own. Chase Brown's a monster. We're headed to the end of the first. Let's go. Let's go. What a drive for the Bengals offense. Maybe the Orange Pants don't have to go into the river. Ooh, Chase Brown. I don't know if I could be a bigger Chase Brown fan. Andrew Armstrong says, I don't know if you guys are missing Mixon anymore. We were in here after week 1 where Joe Mixon went for 150 plus yards and a handful of touchdowns, and we're talking about people in the chat. Sorry, not us. Joe Mixon goes for 150 yards and a couple touchdowns. People in the chat are saying, oh, the Bengals should have kept him around, moved off him too early. Chase Brown and Zach Moss look pretty good in the run game. Bengals have one of the most efficient run games in the entire league. And Joe Mixon, obviously still wishing him well, still a big-time fan, but Joe Mixon has missed the last 3 games in Houston. Cam Akers doing a pretty good job, scored a touchdown earlier today. I love what the Bengals did with their backfield. I've always had faith in it, and it continues to pay off. Chase Brown with a phenomenal start to this game. 3 carries, 31 yards. I mean, 10.5 yards per carry. That's ridiculous. That's great stuff. Great stuff. Bengals going to be in the red zone when we come back from the end of the first quarter. Ball on the Baltimore 13-yard line for this Bengals offense, looking to get their first points of the game. Andrew Armstrong says he sees good things for Chase Brown. Couldn't agree more. He should be leading this team in carries every single week, though I do still believe Zach Moss should lead the team in snaps just because of his pass blocking ability in that screen game we've seen so far. But Chase Brown is unbelievable with the ball in his hands. That burst is nearly second to none. Who Day's right, Al Rollins. Let's get some Who Days in the chat. Before we get back to the second quarter action. Let's get some Who Days in the chat. We need the Bengals to get some points on the board here. Let's get that ball rolling. Make sure you're liking the stream. Likes equals wins. And let's get some Who Days in the chat for this red zone drive for this Bengals offense. Absolutely need points here. Can't get stopped. It's going to be first down from the Baltimore 13-yard line. Baltimore 104 total yards. Cincinnati 77. Burrow in the shotgun. Takes the snap, hands off up the middle. Couldn't tell if it was Brown or Moss. Chase Brown again. Not quite as explosive. 2-yard run. It's going to be 2nd and 8. Let's go Bengals. Rookie DC for this Ravens defense. Or the old linebackers coach taking over with Mike McDonald's departure to be the Seahawks head coach. A screen pass on 2nd down to Chase Brown gains very few yards. It's going to be 3rd and 7 down in the red zone. Third down. Make sure we're liking the stream. That's how the Bengals are going to convert stuff like this. Need a first down here. Oh no, I looked at the chat and I didn't see it yet. I'm a little bit behind, but it doesn't matter. Touchdown! T! Woo! Let's go, baby. My apologies to headphone users, but when T. Higgins gets into the end zone, that's all that matters. Big time shout out, Jimmy Collins, our old friend here at Chatterbox, for his T. Higgins anytime touchdown bet. That is phenomenal value for the kid back in town. Love to see number 5 getting in on the action early. That's red zone offense, baby. That's red zone offense. Not a whole lot I would take over T. Higgins in the red zone. All right, guys, you know what happens now. We're going to have to sing. Because the Bengals scored. Still don't know if I can play the music, so it's going a cappella. But when we score touchdowns, we got to sing. Hear that Bengal growlin', mean and angry, here he comes a prowlin', lean and hungry, an offensive brute, hoo hoo hoo, run passer boot, hoo hoo hoo, and defensively he's rough, tough, Cincinnati Bengals, that's the team we're gonna cheer to victory. Touchdown Bengals, put some points up on that board and win the game for Cincinnati. Woo! Let's go, baby. 7-7. That's called capitalizing in the red zone. Absolutely love it. What a pretty drive for this Bengals offense. That's exactly what we want to see from Joe Burrow and these weapons. That's just surgical. Absolutely surgical. Jack O'Grady with a great point. Literally every star wide receiver we've had over the last decade has been a Ravens killer. That's right. That's right. Green, Boyd, Chase, Higgins. All Ravens killers. It's pretty good when you have a system of drafting receivers that dominate division rivals. That's a pretty good system. Seven to 7. Very, very early here in the second quarter. Let's get some T's in the chat. Let's get some T's in the chat. Let's get some T's in the chat, baby. Not at the game. Got to do the T screams at home. I love that guy, man. I love T. It's going to be such a sad, sad day when he departs the Bengals, but surgical drive. C.J. Stroud, 67-yard pass completion to Nico Collins. Those two are a special connection. At some point soon, we're going to have to start a dialogue about where Nico Collins might fall on the hierarchy of NFL wide receivers because he is unbelievable. And I can't talk about the Texans without talking about C.J. Stroud, man. He is special. He is special. Mark Fetter's in the chat. I know he's a big-time Ohio State fan. You got to go watch this throw in celebration because it's C.J. Stroud showing exactly what he is. Seeing the replay here now, if you're watching the broadcast, an absolute bomb to Nico Collins, who has 5 yards on the corner guarding him. C.J. Stroud just standing there, arms crossed. Bengals defense on the field as we're back in on the action here in Cincinnati in this AFC North Divisional matchup. I formation for Lamar Jackson, Pat Ricard, and Derrick Henry. When you have the bodies of Ricard and Henry in that backfield, I love using them and having a true old-fashioned I formation, but continues to work for the Ravens. Second down after Dax Hill has been ruled out. Dax Hill has been ruled out for the game. A knee injury for Hill leaves this Bengals secondary incredibly depleted. Cam Taylor-Britt, DJ Turner in there now. Mike Hilton was already inactive before the game started. Really scraping the bottom of the barrel here in the defensive secondary. Handoff up the middle to Derrick Henry, and he's stuffed. He's stuffed at the line. Just a 1-yard gain. That's B.J. Hill. That's Sam Hubbard. That's Jay Tufele. That's Miles Murphy. That's everybody in the game getting in on the action. Love getting a stop there. Losing Dax Hill is a big, big problem for this Bengals secondary. There's no way to sugarcoat it. With Mike Hilton already out, you have no options in the secondary other than the guys that are already in there, really. Third and 5 for the Bengals. 4 for 5 on conversions for this Ravens offense so far. Play clock ticking down 2-1. Barely gets the snap off. Good pressure. Great pressure. Great pressure. Lamar Jackson does Lamar Jackson things, though, and gets out of it, but it's a stop. Unable to find Bateman. Myles Murphy making Lamar Jackson's life hell back there. Trey Hendrickson doing a little coaching on the young player, trying to help him out with how to stay in position there on that play. Coming from the backside, you have Murphy and Hendrickson right there against Lamar Jackson, and then Murphy cuts upfield. Certainly what Hendrickson's talking about there. But a great, great play from those two edge rushers. Hopefully the future of edge rushers in Cincinnati, Hendrickson and Murphy. Ravens forced to punt again. Great work on defense. We sit here and we bash the defense for weeks. They look pretty good here in the first half against Baltimore. Can't say anything yet. I'm going to knock on wood real quick, and this punt flies over Charlie Jones. This punt flies over Charlie Jones' head. That's going to be a touchback. Bengals going to get the ball. Evan in the chat says, hi, having Murphy back is huge. I could not agree more. We've talked for the last few weeks about how bad Sam Hubbard's been. But man, oh man, Myles Murphy already raising the floor of this defense considerably. We have more bots in this chat than ever. That makes me feel like we're getting big time, folks. Love to see that. Make sure you're liking the stream. Make sure you're in the chat. Love hanging out with you guys. 14-7 Bears as Roschon Johnson punches it in the end zone as they look to keep the longest home winning streak in the NFL alive. Joe Flacco and the Colts still up on the Jaguars. Same scores basically around the league other than that. 14-3 Texans lead the Bills. 7-0 Commanders lead the Browns. This Bengals-Ravens game, phenomenal, obviously. Bills-Texans game, also incredibly hyped up. But outside of that, the other 4 games in this window are not very exciting to say the least. Dolphins-Patriots, 2 of the worst offenses in the league. Colts with Joe Flacco against the winless Jacksonville Jaguars. That's right, Craig. Bring on the bots. Bring on the bots. Go down the field, score some points. Update from that Dolphins game for fantasy players everywhere. Devon Achane has been diagnosed with a concussion and ruled out for the rest of the game. Devon Achane out with a concussion for the Dolphins in their matchup against the Patriots. So that offense loses one of their most explosive players in that backfield. Jack O'Grady asking big-time questions that I don't necessarily have the answer for, but would love to start the dialogue. When are we going to start talking about Trevor Lawrence like we talk about Bryce Young? Lawrence has been in the league 2 years longer and was a way bigger prospect coming into the draft. Couldn't agree more. Could not agree more. Trevor Lawrence riding off of one playoff comeback, locking in a $55 million a year contract. Just preposterous decision-making for that Jaguars front offense. And now sitting at 0-4, staring 0-5 in the face. Certainly not where you want to be. Joe Burrow takes the shotgun snap, fakes the pitch, loads up and fires deep. He fires deep. Oh! Oh! Ooh, T. Higgins almost makes the play. That would have been phenomenal. Love the motion go. If you put that ball in front of T. Higgins, he's going to the house. Almost a phenomenal grab by number 5, but Brandon Stevens makes a great play to knock that ball loose. That's a great play design. Burrow fires high across the middle, intended for Yoshivas. Incomplete. Roquan Smith lays the boom on Yoshi. Third and 10 for the Bengals. Certainly would like something a little bit more manageable than what we have right now, but 12 minutes left in this second quarter. Third and 10. Got to convert. Burrow brought down and sacked in the backfield. Kyle Hamilton, Roquan Smith, Marlon Humphrey, and many, many more white jerseys in the backfield. Kyle Hamilton blitzing up the middle in the A-gap. Just swims over Zach Moss, and all of the conversation we've had about his great pass pro, certainly not seeing it there. Zach Moss with an absolute whiff on Kyle Hamilton blitzing up the middle. Bengals are sacked, forced to punt. Rico boots it deep. Not a great hang time inside the 40. Nice running start for the Ravens punt returner, but he's brought down by Jordan Battle at the 50-yard line. Great play by Battle. Love to see him contributing on special teams if he's not going to contribute on the defensive side of the football. He's too good of a player to just have riding pine for 60 minutes every Sunday. 7-7, 11 minutes left here in the first half. Ravens with the ball at midfield, trying to take the lead in this game. Bengals were 2.5-point home dogs. The over-under was 48.5. Exciting first half for the Bengals, I think. Exciting first half for the Bengals so far. I know there's still a bulk of time here in the second quarter, but maybe I shouldn't speak before the Ravens take the field here on offense. But I've been very, very impressed with what I've seen out of this defense so far. First drive was a nightmare, 6 minutes of ease, and since then, 2 punts for the Ravens. Really, really good stuff here for the Bengals defense, something that I certainly did not expect against this Ravens offense. End time says T has to catch that. Would have certainly been nice, would have been a phenomenal play, but I put the blame for that one on Joe Burrow. You put that ball out in front of T. Higgins, he's probably still running. I live a few miles up 71 from the stadium. He might be at my house by now, so that's a shame. If that ball is out front, that's a touchdown. Would have been a great play by T. I know the camp of folks, our good friend Casey McAllister, the camp of folks that says you get both hands on the ball, you got to catch it. And to a degree, I certainly stand with that, but that would have been a phenomenal play. Certainly SC top 10 if T was able to haul that in, but he wasn't, so the Bengals punt back to the Ravens. Charles H. says, have to get Chase Brown more involved. His explosiveness out of the backfield, more balanced, run the ball. I don't necessarily disagree there. He's certainly looked like the best ball carrier we've had so far today. And if Zach Moss is going to give you that in pass pro, I don't know that we necessarily need to see him at all. Crowd in downtown Cincinnati looks phenomenal. Packed out house at Paycor Stadium. Joe Burrow looking at the iPad on the sideline. Lamar Jackson in the huddle, 6 of 9 for 57 yards and a touchdown, 1 rushing yard for Burrow, 6 of 10 for Jackson, 75 yards, no touchdowns, and 7 yards on the ground. First and 10 for the Ravens. Jordan Battle in the game on defense. Something we haven't seen a whole lot of so far. Bringing the house. Oh! Cam! Boom, baby! That's laying a hit, 29. Lamar Jackson finds Aguilar across the middle, but you can't hold on to that ball with Cam Taylor-Britt in your mouth. There we go, 29. Blowing up the play. That's a beautiful hit. Show me all the slow motion angles. Oh, that is amazing. Right under the chin, shoulder pad in the chest. That's as clean as it gets. In an era where hard hits are often flagged, that's how you avoid that. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. And we was catching him unlike Aguilar. There we go, Jack O'Grady. 2nd and 10, Lamar Jackson drops back to pass. He fires over the middle. Ravens receivers signaling catch. Bengals defense signaling incomplete. It was a low ball from Jackson to Bateman. We'll see in this angle if he trapped it on the ground. Phenomenal grab by Bateman. I think that's a catch. Phenomenal grab. Seven to 12 for 92 yards for Jackson. 3 10-plus plays for the Ravens. 5 for the Bengals. Helps from Chase Brown's getting 10 yards a carry for that explosiveness. Handoff up the gut to Derrick Henry. He's met in the hole, but drags Bengals defenders for multiple yards. Jermaine Pratt met him in the hole, but was unable to bring him down without gaining some significant yardage there. 2nd and 5 for this Ravens offense. Under 10 minutes now to go. 10,000 career rushing yards for Derrick Henry, the 32nd player all time. If you take a look at current active rushing leaders, there's certainly a chance that Derrick Henry is the last 10,000-yard rusher we'll ever see. Another handoff to Henry. A lot of chaos in the backfield, but he's able to cut through the hole and get the first down, brought down by Chris Jenkins after a 6-yard gain. It's going to be 1st and 10. Blackmore's absolutely right. We're sitting in here at 20 likes. We need more likes. Bengals aren't going to win this game without more likes. Smash that thumbs up button, and that's how we're going to get a stop here as the Ravens have the ball with under 9 minutes left. Make sure we're liking the stream. Make sure we're in the chat. First down for the Ravens offense. Defense looking to make a stand. Good pressure off the edge by Akeem Davis-Gaither. Fired behind Andrews by Jackson. It's going to be incomplete. 2nd and 10. Let's get some likes here on 2nd down. That's how the Bengals are going to get this win. We got to force 3rd here and get off the field. 10,000 yards for Derrick Henry, like I just said, could be the last 10,000-yard rusher we see for a long time. Ezekiel Elliott, 2nd among active players with 8,000 yards. And 3rd, our old friend Joe Mixon with just over 6,000. So a long way to go for both of them to get to that historical mark. 2nd and 10 for the Ravens. Lamar Jackson keeps it on an option play. He cuts back around Hendrickson, but Hendrickson stays home and brings him down for about a 5-yard gain. Make sure we're liking the stream here. 3rd down, 3rd and 5. Let's get some 3s in the chat, folks. 3s in the chat. Gotta force 4th down. That's a tongue twister. Gotta force 4th down. Gotta force a field goal. It's 3rd here. We want to hold him to 3 points. We need 3s in the chat. Make sure we're liking the stream. Get this Bengals defense off the field. Let's go, baby. Scored a touchdown in each of the last 10 red zone strips has the Baltimore offense. Let's change that here. Geno Stone with great pressure. Lamar Jackson fires. It's caught by Bateman at the 10. 5. Touchdown. Touchdown. Rashad Bateman, have yourself a drive, kid. Phenomenal low grab on the sideline to keep the drive alive, and then just booty butt naked wide open on a crosser there. Catches it and scores untouched. 13-7 pending the Justin Tucker extra point with 8 minutes left to go here. Tucker lines up and kicks. Right through the middle as always. 14-7. The Ravens lead this ball game. Geno Stone almost got home on Lamar Jackson, but Rashad Bateman just too wide open. Able to get in the end zone and score there to regain the lead for this Baltimore football team. Harrow, what is Lou doing? Gotta wake up. Absolutely agree. Game day. That's a ball nowhere right there. That concept has killed the Bengals all year. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. CTB 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Nathan Hines. That's certainly the worry. Every time he seems to get more consistent, there's always something that rears its ugly head. So that's brutal. Definitely going to be something I'm interested to look back and watch exactly what happened on that touchdown. But seeing a lot of people in the chat saying Sam Hubbard playing in space on pass coverage, that's a preposterous choice for a guy that, whether he hasn't been good enough or he's actually hurt, I'm not entirely sure, but we've heard about that hamstring injury. If he's unable to move at 100%, how are you dropping him in pass coverage? Announcer saying Cam Taylor-Britt passing that route off when he certainly shouldn't have. Jack O'Grady said he cut Mark Andrews in fantasy. I don't have that kind of gall. I'm still holding him on my bench, sadly. What a bust he's been so far this year. More standard scoring receiving fantasy points for Jared Goff so far this season than Mark Andrews, 6.7 to 6.5. Again, that's standard scoring receiving fantasy points. Jared Goff, the quarterback, more points than the consensus tight end 1 in fantasy. First down, handoff to Chase Brown up the gut. He's able to get about 1.5 yards. Travis Jones makes the play, the second-year player out of UConn in the middle of that Ravens defense, a guy that I adored coming into the draft, someone I really wanted the Bengals to get, and somehow it always seems like those such players end up on divisional rivals. Travis Jones certainly one of them, and he's putting together a phenomenal season on the interior of that defense next to Justin Madubuike. Burrow in the shotgun, fires, and it's brought in by Higgins, who stays up and fights for the first down. He's not going to be able to get there, but gets about 8 of the 9. It's going to be third and very, very manageable, about 1 yard or 2. Rick S., you know the deal. Got to get Drew Sample in space. Let's get the ball to our secret weapon. I think I agree with you. Michael Rowley, defense has 3 stops in 4 games. Not great. Not great. 1 for 3 on third downs today for the Bengals. 3rd and 2 as the play clock ticks down. Jamar Chase in motion. Burrow, a lot of pressure, and he's sacked. Burrow is sacked. Tried to get cute on 3rd and 1 with a motion arrow route to Jamar Chase. Ravens defense all over it. I take it back. The Ravens defense was not all over it. Not all over it at all. Jamar Chase wide open. I don't know how you don't throw that ball to Jamar Chase. Would have easily picked up the first down. 4th and 9. Rico back to punt it away again. 2 punts today, 47-yard average, punting from about the 20. He booms it deep. Rolls inside the 10, inside the 5, down at the 2! Ryan Rico! Great play, Dejon Anthony. Great play by the Gunners to get down there and stop that ball inside the 5. Ryan Rico, ladies and gentlemen. Your Cincinnati Bengals have themselves a punter. Ravens are going to have to go the length of the field here to add to their lead. On that 3rd down, I thought for sure Jamar was just covered, and that's why Joe Burrow ate that sack, but on the replay, he couldn't have been more open. Ryan Rico has been incredible. For as much as we want to talk about how bad the defense has been, and some people want to worry about the offense and the coaching staff and the front office and the drafting strategy, we whiffed on a guy in the draft in Brad Robbins, and drafting special teamers is an absolute, crapshoot. But we hit, obviously, on McPherson, who's been a great addition to this team and a reason why we've been able to do what we've been able to do over the last few years. Whiffing on Brad Robbins and having the wherewithal as an organization to just cut him, move on, don't continue to hurt the team is phenomenal. That's not old Bengals. That's not old Bengals mentality. That's new Bengals. If you draft a guy in the 6th round, old Bengals would have kept him on the staff regardless of how good he is. Moving off of him now and bringing in Rico has really changed this 3rd phase of the game for the Bengals. One TD drive and 3 3-and-outs for this Bengals offense. That's frustrating for a guy who said he has to be perfect to win. .552 left here in the first half. Ravens up 14-7 on the Bengals in Cincinnati. Bengals 2.5-point dogs to open this game. Over-under was at 48.5. L. Rollins, so much for a perfect game. Greg Sandlin with a great stat in the chat to cheer everyone up a little bit. Browns 0 for 6 on 3rd down today. They are so bad. It's always reassuring. Jim Brown, Evan Smith, LaDainian Tomlinson, Adrian Peterson, Derrick Henry, the only players with 10,000 rushing yards in their first 125 career games. Just a special, special career. Backed up to the 1. Oh! Sam Hubbard! Whoa! Safety! Two's in the chat! Two's in the chat! Two's in the chat! Let's go, baby! Two's in the chat! Bengals 9, Ravens 14, 5:47 on the clock, and we're getting the ball back. Woohoo! Two's in the chat, baby! Two's in the chat! We're coming back! Let's go! Sam Hubbard heard us! He heard us! He's having a day! He's having a day! Give me the twos! Let's go, baby! Woohoo! That's 2 for the Bengals. Come on, man! We sit here all day and say, Miles Murphy has to be league average to up this team. That's not a league average play. That's Sam Hubbard making a play. Mark Fetters with a great point. Great point. Those 2 points go to Ryan Rico. Those 2 points go to Ryan Rico. Hell of a punt from the undrafted rook. Those 2 points go to Ryan Rico. Hell yeah, baby. Hell yeah, baby. That's phenomenal. That is phenomenal. Kickoff deep. Charlie Jones fields it out to 5. He's going to take it out. 20, 25, 30. Breaks a tackle out to the 34-yard line. Great return for Jones. 1st and 10 for this Bengals offense. Great field position. Great opportunity here to take the lead. Come on, man. You can't get much more juice than that. No free ads, Rick, but you're right. Come on now, offense. Do something here. (14-9). Ravens lead the Bengals in Cincinnati with about 5:19 and ticking on the clock. 2nd and 6 for this Bengals offense. Burrow in the shotgun. T. Higgins at the bottom of your screen. Yoshivas and Chase at the top. Burrow takes in the shotgun, fakes the handoff. Zach Moss with an elite blitz pickup. Burrow fires across the middle, and it's caught by Chase for the first down, baby. Move those chains, number 1. Let's go. Look, man, we're going to kill Zach Moss for missing some blitz pickups. Chopping down Roquan Smith is about as hard as it gets, and he does a phenomenal job. Great play by Moss. Great play by Moss. First and 10 at about the 44. Burrow drops back, fires in the... Incomplete. Knocked incomplete. Fired to Zach Moss on the check down, and it's incomplete. Kyle Hamilton knocks it out. Kyle Hamilton, a special player. Really, really, really good player. Can't believe that people thought he wouldn't work in the NFL just because he didn't play one locked-in position at Notre Dame. He has been phenomenal at safety. His ability to cover the entire field is incredible. Ryan Rico getting some work in on the sideline, catching some punts. Man, have a day, kid. Love that for number 8. Bengals hike up 5 seconds on the play clock. Joe Burrow has all day, finds all over the middle for 5 yards, down at the 50. Down to the 50. Game day, sharing my sentiment with Hamilton. Never should have fallen to the Ravens. Oh, yeah. Seems to be a reoccurring theme with this Ravens team, getting great value players that somehow find their way down to Baltimore. Craig Sandlin putting in the chat exactly what we know the Bengals need to do. 2-for-1 opportunities. Another one right here with 3:30 left in the first half. Bengals going to get the ball to start the second. Need to be able to score. That's got to be a penalty. That's got to be a penalty. That's got to be a penalty. He's all over him. He's all over him. His hand's across his chest. How is that not PI? He's pulling his chest. Bengals going to be forced to punt it away here. Unbelievable that that's not called. See if Rico can get us 2 more points here. Fair caught at the 14. That's insanity. How is that not PI? So much for a 2-for-1. Bengals down 5. 3:23 left in the first half. Ravens on offense. We're going to need a stop, guys. And you know how we get stops here on defense. We get likes. We doubled our like count. We got a safety. So let's keep smashing that like button. Get this defense off the field. Maybe give the Bengals offense a chance here to put some more points on the board before halftime. Hand off to Derrick Henry, and he's met in the backfield, and he's brought down at the line of scrimmage. B.J. Hill, Von Bell, Sam Hubbard, Chris Jenkins, whole swarm of black jerseys bring down 22. 2nd and 9 as the clock continues to tick. We're going to need to stop here, guys, so smash that like button. Jackson finds Aguilar, brought down by Wilson for about a 4-yard gain. It's going to be right around 5. 3rd and 5 for this Ravens defense, or Ravens offense. Pardon me. 2:29 ticking down. They could take this to the 2-minute warning. I certainly expect them to. In the huddle right now. They might not. 15 seconds till the 2-minute warning. Ravens just broke the huddle, lining up 12, 11, 10. 5 seconds before the 2-minute warning. We'll see if they get this snap off here before they blow the whistle. They do. Certainly looked close. Lamar Jackson pumps and now runs. Brought down short of the line to gain. It's going to be 4th down and 1. 4th down and 1. Give me some 4s in the chat, baby. 4s in the chat. That's a good stop there by that Bengals defense. 4th down and 1. Under 2 minutes to go now here in the first half. Jermaine Pratt with a great play to wrap up Lamar Jackson and drive him down before he's able to get to the line to gain. Lamar Jackson's so great at spinning out of those tackles on the edge and able to get another yard or two, but not on that one. Not with Jermaine Pratt. 4th down, forced by this Bengals defense. That's exactly what we wanted to see. Joe Burrow, under 2 minutes to go 2 for 1. We're back on the table, assuming the Ravens punt this ball away when we get back from the commercial break. 2 for 1 is back on the table. Can we go a little bit bigger than one character, guys? Can we get 2 for 1 in the chat? A little 2 for 1. Fourth and short in your own territory. What would you do? Jacob Craig asks. I would punt this away if I was the Ravens. You have a lead, and the defense has been playing pretty good so far, so I would definitely punt this away if I was the Ravens, but would not put it past Harbaugh to go for this. Would not put it past Harbaugh to go for this. He's known to roll those dice, so especially with a quarterback like Lamar Jackson, you can always get talked in to some things like that. So I would certainly punt it away with the way the defense is playing, but at this point, I'm not entirely sure. 2 for 1 for the Bengals would be massive. This feels like a long commercial break waiting for this 4th down, folks. This feels like a long commercial break waiting for the 4th down. Big time play in this game. Big time play in this game. Michael Raleigh pointing out exactly right. Defense showing some fight. Headed back in Paycor Stadium now on the broadcast as we get ready for this 4th and 1. Deep in Ravens territory. Fourth and 1, 1:54 left. The Ravens are lining up to go for it. Charlie Kolar under center. 3 guys behind him looking like a kind of tush push. All 22 players bunched up at the line of scrimmage, and they run it and they get it. They run it and they get it. That's such a hard play to stop with a great interior and a guy like Charlie Kolar at quarterback, big body. Powerful player. And with the push of Derrick Henry and everyone else behind him, Ricard and Henry pushing Kolar forward. 1:13 left in the first half. Ravens on their own 25, 1st and 10. Trying to add to their 5-point lead before halftime. Lamar Jackson in the backfield. Drops back to pass, and he's brought down! No, not brought down. Still up. Fires and incomplete. How do you not bring him down? How do you not bring him down? How do you not bring him down? Sam Hubbard, Trey Hendrickson, BJ Hill all had a chance. How he gets out of Trey Hendrickson's grasp there, I do not understand. Massive missed opportunity. You force him into a 2nd and long. Maybe even call a timeout, get the ball back, but now 2nd and 10, 55 seconds left. The Ravens just hand the ball off. Brought down by Logan Wilson at the line of scrimmage. 50 seconds left in the first half. It's going to be 3rd and 10. We'll see if the Bengals try to get this ball back. I would expect them to just take it to half, though. There's not many players more frustrating than Lamar Jackson. His ability to just consistently stay up and extend the play is brutal to watch. Third and 10, 49 seconds to go in the first half. All 3 timeouts for the Bengals. Would certainly have a chance to maybe put some points on the board, getting his quick stop here. Love the stop signs in the chat. That's good vibes, good pressure. Hand in his face, and Jackson fires deep, well over the head of Bateman, Stone, CTV, and DJ Turner in the area. Incomplete pass. 4th and 10, 44 seconds left on the clock. 44 seconds left in this first half in Cincinnati in this AFC North Boughton. Seems like good vibes. Ellie De La Cruz, 44 for the other team in Cincinnati, in the stadium today, was on the sidelines for pregame warm-up, and now the Bengals looking to get the ball back with 44 seconds to go in this first half. 2 for 1, back on the table for the 3rd time. Deep punt. Charlie Jones catches it inside the 10, goes for the return out to the 21. That's simply a punt I would not have caught. Charlie Jones seems to do that a lot. Bengals ball. Just under 40 seconds to go. Phenomenal punt. Punting masterclass today. A Lamar Jackson versus Joe Burrow matchup. And we're talking punters, folks. Here we go. 34 seconds to go. Burrow and Moss in the backfield. Chase at the bottom of your screen, lined up across from Marlon Humphrey. Pardon me, Higgins at the bottom of the screen. Jamar Chase in the slot at the top. Burrow lines up, fires to the sideline. Caught by Higgins for the first down. What a play. His length is absurd. Ability to reach those hands out away from his body. Keep the ball away from Marlon Humphrey, who's great at knocking those things away. Great route. Marlon Humphrey in his back pocket. Just a phenomenal play. 2 for 1s in the chat. 2 for 1s in the chat. Make sure you're liking the stream. Make sure you're like 28 seconds, 3 timeouts. Bengals are moving the football. Jamar Chase now at the bottom of your screen against Marlon Humphrey. He looks like he's going deep. Joe Burrow avoids the pressure, checks down to Zach Moss, who is able to find about 9.5 yards. It's going to be second down and inches. Timeout taken by the Bengals with 20 seconds left. Second down and 1 for the Bengals, 20 seconds left. You're going to have 2 timeouts. Obviously, we know McPherson has a powerful leg. 18 yards from that target line. Just 18 yards from that Evan McPherson field goal target line. A field goal would draw the Bengals within 2. And friendly reminder, we get the ball at half. We unprofessional, but I do not care at this point. I'm wearing a jersey. I have the stuff behind me. It's no surprise to you guys who I'm rooting for. Bengals getting points on the board here would be absolutely massive, getting that ball at half. 3 will work. Absolutely, John. I'm usually on the side of 7s always, but 20 seconds left in the first half, down 5. You just got to get points on the board. Moss and Gesicki lined up tight to the line of scrimmage. Joe Burrow behind him. Shotgun pass. Good protection as he scrambles. Fires across the middle. Caught by Chase at that field goal target line. 14 seconds. Bengals going to take another timeout to stop the clock. You're certainly going to have time to take a shot at the end zone. We're not settling for a field goal just yet. 14 seconds now. Right on the cusp of Evan McPherson field goal range. A great route by Jamar Chase against Marlon Humphrey. An all-pro, Pro Bowl, anything you want to call it. Marlon Humphrey is a great player, and Jamar Chase continues to beat him. 75-yard season average for Jamar Chase. 36 yards so far today. Bengals right on the cusp of Evan McPherson field goal range. Absolutely need points here. 15 seconds left. Burrow in the shotgun. Moss flanked next to him. Higgins and Chase at the top of your screen, all at the bottom. Burrow drops back, fires deep. Oh, flag. Is it going to stand? Roughing the passer, baby! Tutty! Number 1! Who said 9-1 didn't work? Woohoo! There we go, baby! Cross the middle. Had that safety in a blender! There we go, 1! There we go, 1! Big hit by Madubuike. Bengals going for 2. Going for 2 to stretch this lead to 3. You know what we need in the chat. We need 2s in the chat. We need 2s in the chat. We're going for 2 to stretch this lead to 3. We need 2s in the chat. Best play call of your life right here, Zach Taylor. Let's go up 3.5. Let's go. Look, I'm much closer to a Mike Gesicki gritty than a Jamar Chase gritty. But look, when you make a play like that with 9 seconds left in the first half, you give me no choice. You give me no choice. Bengals going for 2 with 9 seconds left. We do get the second half kickoff, so perfect opportunity to go 2 for 1 here. 15-14, thanks to that safety by Sam Hubbard and Ryan Rico. Going for 2 here. Gesicki at the bottom of your screen. Jamar Chase in motion, joins Yoshivas and T. Higgins and trips at the top. Burrow, shotgun. Takes the snap, looking for Chase, couldn't find him. Fires towards Gesicki. It's intercepted by Kyle Hamilton. He's bringing it out of the end zone, but there is a flag in the end zone. There is a flag in the end zone. Kyle Hamilton is going to return this. Kyle Hamilton's going to try to return this. But there is a flag in the end zone. There is a flag in the end zone. Mike Gesicki with the great tackle to stop the return. Kyle Hamilton slow to get up after the play. Probably just tired. defensive pass interference. We're going to get a second go at this 2-point conversion, but I have to assume this is going to be without Mike Gesicki or Kyle Hamilton on the field. I mean, those two guys just ran over 100 yards. I mean, clear as day pass interference, but I don't know how you make that play if you're Kyle Hamilton and don't just go down in the end zone. I mean, we have guys chasing him all the way. This offense is going to be gassed before this 2-point attempt. Gassed. Kudos to Mike Gesicki. Big time kudos to Mike Gesicki for chasing him down. Never mail in a play. Never bank on the refs. That's a great play to go stop him from getting into the end zone, but I'm sure 88's kicking himself now for wasting all that energy on a play that doesn't even matter. Here we go again. Ball inside the 1. Have to think that brings running the ball into play here. Love lining up under center. Joe Burrow under center. Eric All at fullback. Chase Brown in the backfield. And a timeout called by the Ravens. All 4 Ravens defensive linemen on a knee trying to catch their breath. Kyle Hamilton, their best safety, their best ball skill player on the back half of that defense, he's not going to be in this play, it seems. After a long return, he's very tired, sitting on the bench, drinking some water. Great point by Craig. Moss ran the whole way, so Chase Brown in. He was before that Ravens timeout. It was Chase Brown and Eric All in the backfield before that Ravens timeout. Have to wonder if this might give them more time to get in the players that they want to get in. Still Brown in the backfield, still All at fullback. We need 2s in the chat. We got a handoff to Chase Brown. He cuts back. Oh! 2, baby! 2, baby! There we go, Chase. There we go, Chase. There we go, Chase. 17-14. Let's go, Bengals. You know what another touchdown means. You get to hear my terrible voice again. Hear that Bengal growling? Mean and angry, here he comes a prowling. Lean and hungry, an offensive brute. Ooh, run passer boot. Ooh, and defensively he's rough, tough. Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're gonna cheer to victory. Touchdown Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win the game for Cincinnati. Woo! There we go, baby. 17-14. Perfect execution of a 2-for-1. Gonna kick it back to the Ravens with 9 seconds left in this first half. Joe Burrow, 13 of 18 for 157 and 2 touchdowns. Have yourself a day, 9. Have yourself a day. Let's go, man. Let's go. 2-for-1. That's because of you, chat. That's because of you. You put those 2-for-1s in the chat. You like the stream. Good things happen. Make sure we're smashing that thumbs up. Make sure you're spamming the chat. Let's get the vibes up in here. It couldn't be much better than this. It couldn't be much better than this. Over 100 people watching. We appreciate you guys for that. But just 45 likes. We got to get those numbers up if we want the Bengals to hold on and win this game. Make sure we're liking the stream. Make sure we're in the chat. 2-for-1, baby. This Bengals offense has got it figured out. Kneel down for Lamar Jackson. There we go, baby. There we go. There we go, folks. There we go, folks. Craig asks a phenomenal question in the chat. Phenomenal question. It's honestly something I'm thinking about right now. Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? And I think at this point my thought might be nobody. Woohoo! There we go, baby. Yes, we get the ball to start the second half. We're up 3 on the Ratbirds. Where's Elliott Rearing when you need him? I need a Ratbird sound. I need a Ratbird sound because we're taking the Ratbirds out right now. 17-14 Bengals lead at half. What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive. Gotta wake up, Ravens. Whoo! Bengals might be back, folks. Bengals might be back. No, Mark. I'm good. Rick, 2 for 1 is when you get the ball after the second half and you score right before the half. So you score, and when you would kick it back to the other team, you're actually getting the ball. So it's just two scores for the price of one. Bengals did it last week against the Panthers. It's really what opened up that game. Trying to do so again here. Obviously, we'll have to capitalize on the first drive out of the break, but being able to put 2 touchdowns on the board without letting the Ravens touch the ball, or any team in the NFL touch the ball, is certainly a great recipe for success. So 2 for 1, absolutely crucial for this Bengals offense, especially with the limited trust we have in our defense. Whoo-wee. Who they eats rat birds, dogs, and hates steel cages. That's right, Charles H. That's right, baby. It's halftime in Cincinnati, and the Bengals have a 3-point lead. What a great, great, great place to be. I'm going to take a very, very quick break and then be right back with you. We'll talk about the game and the stats during the rest of the half and then kick off this second half. I'll be back momentarily. You guys don't go anywhere. All right, folks, we are back. Sorry about that quick break. I could only sit in one chair for so long, so we're here. We're back, ready to go through it. Let's talk about that first half, guys. What an amazing first half for this Bengals team. What an amazing first half for this Bengals team. It's everything you wanted to see. Dominance from the offense. 3 punts, but the touchdown drives look great. Burrow looked great. Chase looks great. Higgins looks great. The run game looks great. Defense looks better than we ever could have hoped for. Jimmy Collins in the chat. Hooday, baby. No, he's a Lions fan, but he's down there supporting the squad today. Absolutely crucial. Jimmy High Roller down there in a box. Hope he's having a good time in Paycor Stadium. Bengals certainly giving him a show. Let's talk about some stats here at the half. But before we get into the Bengals-Ravens box score, let's look around the league. Colts down 3 with the ball already in the second half of that game. They trail 13-10 to the Jaguars in Duval. The Dolphins and the Patriots total points at 10 in the third quarter. Two nauseating offenses doing exactly what we expected. 7-3 Patriots lead that game. Browns down 21 at halftime to Jaden Daniels and the Commanders. 24-3. Bills trail the Texans by 2 touchdowns, 17-3, pardon me. And then the Bears are up 20 on the Panthers at halftime, 27-7. And because those of you that know me know where I stand on Caleb Williams, got to tell you what his stat line is, because boy, oh boy, does he look good at halftime. Halfway through that game in Carolina, or against Carolina in Chicago, 11 of 15 for Williams, 200 yards and 2 touchdowns. 155 passer rating. Special player. He's going to come into his own. Texans are dominant, sir boy. Welcome to the chat. It's great to see you, buddy. Texans are dominant. I expected somewhat of a step back. Was absolutely wrong. I said the other week on Off the Bench, 10 to 12, every day on the Chatterbox YouTube, Monday through Friday. Make sure you check that out, as well as Chatterbox Bengals on game day Tuesday and Thursday. But I said on Off the Bench the other day that I think the Texans are the biggest threat to the Chiefs in the AFC. I know the Chiefs haven't looked great yet, but still rattling off the wins. Have to respect them as long as they do so. Still the top dogs in the AFC, in my opinion. But the Texans are definitely the biggest threat, which, depending on how this second half goes, we might have a different answer, folks. We might have a different answer. Mark Fetters with the Caleb yuck. That's fair. I know where you guys stand, but I'm the one with the mic, so I get to pump Caleb Williams propaganda. That's just how this works. A guy we can all agree on is great. C.J. Stroud, 12 for 15 at half with 187 yards and a touchdown. No doubt at this point in his career that he's a top 5 quarterback in the league. Before the season, I said that was crazy to say after just 12 starts, and I still stand by that. I think we need to see more, but his ability to perform outside of that Vikings game, his ability to put up gaudy numbers and perform at a top level yet again this season, 4 or 5 games into this season, he's still doing it. We've seen enough. C.J. Stroud, certainly an upper echelon quarterback in this league. Going back to the game at hand, the one we all care about most, Ravens-Bengals. Bengals up 3 thanks to a safety and a great touchdown. Here, Sir Boy Wonder puts in the chat that the AP poll just dropped. If I can get through this box score before we get back to the game action here, I'll touch on that AP poll here briefly. But Lamar Jackson in the first half, 9 for 17 passing for 113 yards and a touchdown, sacked once. He has 15 yards on the ground on 5 carries. Derrick Henry held to just 2.7 yards per carry, a guy we really thought was going to be able to eat up this Bengals defense. Has been held in check so far. 10 for 27 yards and a touchdown. Zay Flowers, first play of the game, a 1-yard jet sweep. His only 9 rushing yards of the day. Justice Hill, 2 carries for 5 yards. And then Charlie Kolar on that QB sneak. Zay Flowers, the Ravens' leading receiver, 3 catches for 54 yards. Bateman, 2 for 34 and a touchdown. No one else on the Ravens with more than a catch or more than 10 yards. Bengals offense playing very, very well as well. Joe Burrow, 13 of 18 for 157 and 2 touchdowns, sacked twice, 135 passer rating. Chase Brown, 5 carries for 33 yards. That's over 6.5 yards per carry. Zach Moss, just 2 totes for 4 yards. Joe Burrow, 1 run for 1 yard on our first offensive play of the game. Jamar Chase leading the game in receiving, 4 catches for 76 yards and a touchdown. That is over his season average, averaging 75 yards a game receiving. That's 76 in the first half. Nice to see number 1 coming into his own. And then a touchdown for T. Higgins as well. 4 grabs for 33 yards. Zach Moss, 2 for 23. Same amount of catches as he does rushing attempts. Certainly something interesting to notice. And then Mike Gesicki, the 1 big grab for 19 yards. Eric All, 1 for 5. And Chase Brown, 1 for 1. Bengals defense playing great too. Obviously Sam Hubbard with the ever-important safety. Bengals up 3 now because of it. Ryan Rico, 4 punts, 196 yards. That's good enough for a 49-yard average. And 3 of those 4 came within the 20. 66-yard long, set up that safety. Now as we have some more time here in the halftime break, I'm going to take a peek at these new AP poll rankings. Obviously, those of you that often stay tuned into Chatterbox, I went to Alabama, worked for the football team, big fan of the Crimson Tide, but as you can see over my left shoulder, turn the thumb the wrong way, over my left shoulder, there's a Buckeye helmet over there as well. So born and raised an Ohio State fan in Cincinnati, big-time Ohio State fan, but went to Alabama. So a fan of both. Tumultuous Saturday for me yesterday, but Texas reclaims the number 1 spot, rightfully so. I think they've looked pretty dominant so far and the best win of undefeated teams so far, but the big-time matchup next week that everyone's been looking forward to basically all year long, especially in these parts, number 2 Ohio State goes to number 3 Oregon in Eugene. The Buckeyes looking for a big-time win. If they take care of that game, they will certainly be number 1 the following week. The Buckeyes look great. Will Howard had a questionable start to the second half, or questionable first half after the first drive, was very clinical on Saturday, but he woke up in the second half. He continues to do just enough to get the ball to these Ohio State playmakers, which they have plenty of. Ohio State's a really, really, really good team. That defense is coming together. Caleb Downs is showing you guys what I've already seen at Alabama. He's a special player in the back end of that defense. And I'm really, really happy with how that team's coming together. Penn State at 4, Georgia at 5, Miami at 6, and then Alabama, my Crimson Tide, after falling to Vanderbilt in Nashville, comes in at 7. Certainly interesting to see Georgia at 5, Alabama at 7 after a head-to-head win last week for Alabama. But then you get into the debate, what's more important, head-to-head or worst loss? Worst loss certainly falls on Alabama. But that's enough college football talk for today. The ball's in the air to start the second half. Charlie Jones catches it in the end zone and takes a knee. Craig Sandlin, nice enough to keep us updated on action around the league in the chat. And he says Nico Collins is out for the second half with a hamstring injury. Tough news for a young receiver who's been very, very, very good this year. Certainly a top 10 receiver this season alone so far, and such an important piece of that Texans offense. But they have a lot of weapons there that don't see the field because of him. John Mechie, who was a great player on the 2020 Alabama National Championship team, stuck around in 21 the year after with Bryce Young, inactive in most games for them because of the other weapons they have. So they'll be okay without Nico Collins as long as it is just a limited absence. First play of the second half for the Bengals is a swing pass to Jamar Chase. He's brought down in the backfield. Going to set them up behind the chains, 2nd and long. Trying to get the ball to your playmakers in space, something I'll rarely, if ever, be mad about. But 2nd and 14 now, far behind the sticks, you're forced to pass. Have to wonder if you could have just thrown the ball on first, or ran the ball on first down and been in a better spot. Pass there behind T. Higgins, tipped and almost intercepted by Roquan Smith. Bengals dodge a bullet, nearly turning the ball over. In front of Higgins, not behind. My apologies. Trenton Simpson breaks it up, tips it up, and almost intercepted by Roquan Smith. It's 3rd and 14. It's 3rd and long. We're going to need to fix something here, so I'm going to need ones in the chat to will that first down into existence, and I'm going to need likes on the stream. I'm going to need likes on the stream to get this Bengals this first down, keep the ball moving. Burrow drops back, fires beyond the sticks. Oh! If they call that a catch, it's an unbelievable grab. Higgins shaking up on the play. If they call that a catch, it's an unbelievable grab. Defensive holding. Penalties declined. They rule it a catch. That's going to be a first down. Unbelievable grab for T. Higgins. He looked like he was slow getting up. Unbelievable grab off the dome of Marlon Humphrey. Puts the ball in one hand to secure the possession, and then the ground knocks it out. John Harbaugh not going to challenge. What a grab for T. Higgins, man. 5 is special. Handoff up the gut. Zach Moss able to get 5 yards. That is why you run the ball on first down. 2nd and 3. 7-yard run. Now you're ahead of the sticks. Phenomenal, but not great news for Bengals fans as T. Higgins is talking to the training staff on the sideline. Helmet still on. Looking to come back into the game, but with a guy with injury history like number 5's, certainly a worry. Love running the ball there on first down. 2nd and 3 really opens up the playbook. Handoff up the gut. Brown met in the backfield. Going to be his first rush for a loss today. Blackmore saying exactly what I've been saying all week. Keep Lamar off the field. Bengals' best defense is going to be a good run game because that's going to mean the clock's rolling and Lamar Jackson's sitting on metal. Sitting on those metal benches over on the sideline. That's what you need in order to win this game. 3rd and 6 now. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Amarius Mims is down. Oh, no. The first-round pick, the rookie, is down. Craig and I on Chatterbox Bengals have been discussing at length the worries about the depth on this offensive line. You have to hope the Bengals get lucky here because just one backup tackle on this team, and that's Jackson Kirkland. Jackson Kirkland, the lone backup tackle on this team. You just can't afford to lose him. Cody Ford and Jackson Kirkland are the only 2 backup linemen the Bengals have on their active roster. Matt Lee is more or less a center only. I'm not sure what else he can play, but Cody Ford and Jackson Kirkland are the 2 backups. The cart is coming on the field. Terrible, terrible sign. Terrible sign. That's miserable. That's the injury the Bengals could least withstand. Obviously Burrow. Obviously Hendrickson would be a big deal, but with already losing Trent Brown, losing Amarius Mims puts this offensive line that has been phenomenal this year, puts this offensive line in a terrible spot. Run game's been great. Burrow's been upright. That's probably going to change. Oh, man. You got to just hope for the best. You got to just hope for the best. Oh, man. This is bad. This is really, really, really bad. Really, really bad. Amarius Mims on the cart. as it heads to the locker room. I don't know what happened there. Stevens just ran into the calf ankle area of Mims. Cody Ford in now to play right tackle for the Bengals. Does decent on that first play. High throw to Chase, caught for a first down. He does. Mark Fetters points out a very worrying fact. Injury history for Mims, absolutely. Limited starts at Georgia before coming to the league because of great tackle play in front of him, but also because he was hurt a lot. So a big-time risk to draft him and a bigger risk to only carry Cody Ford and Jackson Kirkland as backups. Handoff up the middle to Zach Moss. Makes one man miss. But brought down at the line of scrimmage by a swarm of Ravens defenders. That just took all the wind out of my sails, folks. That's just terrible. 2nd and 10 for the Bengals offense. Still trying to complete the back end of that 2-for-1 we talked about before halftime with the bomb to Jamar Chase. Joe Burrow empty in the backfield. Fires over the middle. Off the hands of Higgins. A ball that could have probably been placed better, but also needs to be caught. Luckily not intercepted. Always a worry on tipped balls. Burrow high on every pass. Absolutely right, Harrow. And this is not new for today. If you remember the attempted conversion against the Commanders when he went to Andre Yoshivas, that ball was high as well. A lot of these are ones you would like to be caught by NFL receivers, but man, oh man, would love a better pass from a guy who knows he has to be perfect. Deep ball. Yoshiva! If you're going to make plays like that, who cares who's playing right tackle? Chuck that sucker up and let our playmakers make a play. Woohoo! Yoshi making plays outside the red zone. I never thought I'd see the day. What a play 80. What a play 80. I thought that ball was way too high, was going to give the Ravens time to overcome and recover. Harbaugh with the challenge flag in his hand. Handoff up the gut to Moss. Battles forward to about the 1-yard line. Minimal gain. Jackson Kirkland in the game now for the Bengals. Jumbo set. This now means every lineman other than Matt Lee that is active for the Bengals is currently in the game. Interesting place to be. Joe Burrow under center, Eric all behind him. They're going to QB sneak with the $55 million man. It's going to be close. No signal yet. Second effort might have got him in. Ref signal 3rd down inside the 1-yard line. Now, obviously, everyone holding their breath as the pile gets unraveled. Whole pile moved there. Have to wonder how Burrow didn't get in, but 3rd and goal inside the 1. Ball placed basically exactly where it was on the 2-point attempt following the pass interference penalty. Have to wonder if they're just going to run it again. Flag was thrown for delay of game. Burrow clamoring for a reset. But he's not going to get it. Delay a game on the Bengals offense. Just discombobulation there. Why? I don't understand why you wouldn't let them snap it there. Ravens seem to have all their players on the field. Bengals were lined up with about 5 seconds left. I don't understand how you don't let them snap it there. Higgins in motion. Chase at the top of your screen. Yoshivas in the slot. Ravens bring pressure. Burrow files. T, baby! 2 for 1. Dominance. Dominance. That's the recipe for success. That's the recipe for success. Oh, Jamar and T are going jellyfish hunting. Let's go, baby. T. 6 for 55 and 2 touchdown grabs. Good news for Bengals fans. Bad news for these viewers. That means you get to hear me sing again, baby. McPherson lines up for the extra point. Bengals up 23-14. Looking to take a 10-point lead. 2 for 1 success. Give me 7s in the chat when he bangs this through. When he does. 7s in the chat. 7s in the chat. Bengals just score. Joe Burrow says he has to be perfect. Well, why don't we start now? Why don't we start now? 24-14. Bengals up 10. Let's sing a song, baby. Hear that Bengal growling. Mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling. Lean and hungry and offensive brute. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Run past our boot. Ooh, ooh, ooh. And defensively, he's rough. Tough. Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're going to cheer to victory. Touchdown, Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win the game for Cincinnati. Woo! There we go, baby. This is the offense. This is the offense. 24-14 against the Ravens. Let's go. Oh, don't get excited about the Bengals offense. They hung 30 on the Commanders. Oh, don't get excited about the Bengals offense. They hung 30 on the Panthers. I am excited about the Bengals offense. I am excited about the Bengals offense. We have a quarterback that should be in the MVP discussion. We have a wide receiver 1 who's one of the best in the league. And we have a wide receiver 2 who's the best at that. We have a run game that's the most efficient in the NFL. Of course I'm excited about the Bengals offense. Let's go, baby. 24-14, 8:50 left in the third. Let's go. I said I wouldn't be more back than if we won this game. 10-point lead, can't get ahead of myself. Man, oh man. 9 minutes left in the third quarter. Bengals up 10. Ravens defense looks lost out there. Come on. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat, because that is from you. We put more 2 for 1s in the chat than any chat has ever had in the history of chats. And the Bengals get a 2 for 1. Now we're up 10. Hell yeah, baby. Craig Sandlin bringing back, phenomenal question. Who they think going to beat the Bengals? And I'm really starting to think the answer is nobody. Come on. Everyone liked the stream. Thanks for everyone watching with us today. This is a fun one, baby. Let's keep it going. 24-10, Bengals lead. 9 minutes left in the third. Like the stream. Join us in the chat. Thanks to everyone who's watching. 10-point lead doesn't mean anything. You know what does mean something? Likes. Likes on the stream lead to wins. No likes on the stream lead to blowing a 10-point lead. Let's get some likes here. Let's lock this puppy in. We got to play hard for the rest of this game. Oh, here we go, man. Big drive for this defense. Big drive for this defense. Hubbard and Hendrickson on the outside. Jenkins and Hill in the middle. Jalen Davis blitzing off the edge. Von Bell on the other side. Jackson floats it to Flowers, who's able to make two men miss, get a first down and more. Out across the 40. I see those likes going up, but we need more. We need more, baby. Let's go. That play right there can't happen. Defense got to be better positioned for that. Bengals stacking the box to stop the run. You're making Lamar Jackson beat you with his arm. That is something I can live with. 3 ampersand out. That's right, David Blumen. That's right. That's a returning listener right there. Lamar Jackson drops back. Limited pressure. He fires and he has Kolar deep. 30, 20, 10, 5. Pushed out of bounds by Geno Stone. Third string tight end for the Ravens. Able to get 50 yards. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Von Bell just not deep enough. Geno Stone nowhere to be found. Miserable. Come on, defense. Hand off to Henry. Able to eat up most of this 5. Ball's going to be down on the 1. That play right there is going to be one that we talk about on Tuesday night's Chatterbox Bengals for sure. A momentum-changing play in this third quarter. A bomb to Charlie Kolar as the Ravens try to cut into this 10-point Bengals lead. Play action pass. Jackson fires, finds Likely in the end zone. Touchdown Ravens, 20-24. That was a surgical drive. That was a very easy drive for the Baltimore Ravens offense. Did not take long at all. One rush, 3 passes, 74 yards, and 213. Tucker's kick is up and it's good. 3-point lead. 3-point lead for the Bengals. Offense need to do it again. Let's just keep doing it. That's the Bengals defense, I know. Not great. I do love this Bengals uniform look, something I haven't really talked about quite yet, but orange pants and the black jerseys I think looks great. I think it's a good uniform combo. Up to 75 likes now. Thank you guys for sticking with us, watching through the game here. We need more likes for this Bengals win. 6:38 in the third quarter. Update in the chat from Jack O'Grady. Says Mims is jogging on the sideline. If that's true, certainly something I can't wait to see when they cut back from this commercial break. Jack, if you're lying to me about Mims being healthy and running on the sidelines, I'm going to be really upset. That's right. Just double checked. Ben Baby, 2 minutes ago, ESPN's Bengals reporter, Amarius Mims just jogged back to the sideline out of the locker room. Did the Bengals just dodge the biggest bullet of the season? I guess we'll find out. That would be massive. Absolutely massive. I see a lot of people clamoring for youth on the defense, youth in the back end of the defense, some more speed. I feel like we have a guy on this team that showed last year he can do that in Jordan Battle. A very, very good player last year in his rookie season that isn't getting any play this season. And I really don't understand why, when the secondary is a clear issue for this team. And the issue is exactly what he provides, which is explosiveness and ball skills. Amarius Mims, helmet on the sideline. Helmet on the sideline. I guess not all the way on, hanging on the top of his head, but standing on the sideline, officially listed as questionable, would be massive to get him back into this game at some point. Hand off to Chase Brown on first down, able to cut through and get about 4. Tyler Howard with a good question. Do you risk putting Mims back in? I certainly don't know. You have to think about the long-term success of this team, and if you're trading 10 weeks of Mims for 1 quarter of Mims, I certainly wouldn't do that. Third and 1 for the Bengals here with 5 minutes left to go in the third quarter. Mims has an ankle injury and is listed as questionable. 0 for 2 on third downs, 3 yards or less. Third and 1 here. Burrow takes it in the empty shotgun, fires, Chase, first down, out of bounds. Great play. Bang, bang, first down. First and 10 for the Bengals. Seven for 88 and a touchdown so far for Jamar Chase. Joe Burrow, 235 passing yards with 4:30 left to go in this third quarter. First and 10. Burrow in the shotgun, but Orlando Brown jumps offside. It's going to move the Bengals back quite a bit. First and 15 now for the Bengals. Hard to get behind the sticks. 2 penalties for 9 yards today for the Bengals. Moss and Chase at the top of the screen. Yoshivas, Higgins, and Gesicki at the bottom. Burrow fires fast, 2T, out across the 45. It's going to be second down for the Bengals. Second and 7 with 4 minutes left to go here in the third. A 3-point lead for the home underdogs. Second and 7 here. Burrow in the shotgun with Moss next to him. Shotgun snap, fires quick out to Eric All, who goes up and over the Ravens defender. It's going to be 3rd and about 3. Unable to stick the landing is All, but attempted to go up and over. Such a great athlete is the Cincinnati native, Fairfield High School graduate. Iowa product. 3rd and 2 for the Bengals. Come on now. 6 for 10 on 3rd down conversions today. Just picked one up earlier this drive. Ravens bringing the pressure. Weird snap. Didn't seem like everyone was ready for it. Burrow fires. Doesn't matter. Chase, 1st down. Keep moving those chains. Keep getting number 1 the ball. Talk about a Ravens killer. That guy is special. 15-yard pickup from Burrow to Chase. Awkward snap. Didn't seem like the offensive line got a good jump there, but it didn't matter. Burrow, quick on the release. Not that quick. Still hit, but able to find Chase and move that ball downfield. 8 catches, over 100 yards now, and the bomb touchdown. 143 in the first half, 107 in the second half through the air for this Bengals offense. Chase Brown with the 1st down carry, picks up less than a yard. Second and 9 now for the Bengals with a 3-point lead. Under 2 minutes to go here in the 3rd quarter. Lamar Jackson, towel on his head, thinking about how he can get back into this game. 10 seconds on the play clock. Burrow in the shotgun, Moss next to him. Yoshivas on the wheel, but Burrow finds Brown out to about the 30. Third and 7 from the Baltimore 30. 1 for 5 on first half 3rd down conversions. Perfect in the second half. 6 for 6. 3rd and 7 right now for the Bengals offense on the Baltimore 30. Burrow in the shotgun. Moss next to him. Motions down. In pass pro, Burrow fires across the middle. Great grab by Gesicki to hold on through the hit. 1st down for number 88. And this Bengals offense keeps moving. 47 seconds and ticking in the 3rd quarter. It's 1st down, nearing the red zone for this Bengals offense. Inside the red zone at about the 19-yard line. Beautiful play by Burrow to find Gesicki before the pressure got home. Gesicki with a great play to hold on to the ball through a big-time hit. Moss dragging the pile on a 1st down carry, able to get about 8, but there is a flag on the play. I think this one's coming back. Pardon me. Flag in the area of holding, but it's going to be hands to the face on the Baltimore defense. It's going to tack on a few more yards to the end of that run, giving the Bengals another 1st down. 13 seconds here in the 3rd quarter. Odafe Owe ripping Alex Kappa's helmet off of his head. There we go. 1st and goal now for the Bengals nearing the end of this 3rd quarter. Touchdown here would be massive. Looks like the Bengals are going to take it to the 4th. You know what that means. We need 4s in the chat. If you're at home, if you're in the stadium, put your 4s up. Whatever you need to do. There is one more quarter for the Bengals to be all the way back. We're at 77 likes. There's over 100 people in here watching right now. Thank you for everyone joining us today. Make sure we like this stream. Give me 4s in the chat. 4s in the chat. One more quarter left for the Bengals to be all the way back, start their quest for their third AFC North championship in the last 4 years. We need this win. Bengals up 3. It's going to be an and goal scenario when we get back. 4s in the chat. Everyone put your 4s up. This is big time. This is when games are won and lost. I know Scott Hansen calls it the witching hour. We don't want to be on the wrong side of that one. A 3-point lead going into the fourth quarter, driving with the ability to put more on the board. Don't settle for a field goal. Get this ball in the end zone, reclaim a double-digit lead, and end this football game when you have a chance. Defense needs to get a stop. We need 4s in the chat. We need likes on the stream, folks. This would be a massive, massive win for the Cincinnati Bengals. One more quarter. One more quarter. 4 more touchdowns against the Ravens D. Sign me up. Sign me up for a 28-point fourth quarter. Give me some 4s in the chat, guys. We need this one. We need this one real bad. So many political ads, man. Let me just lock into some ball. Here we go, folks. Fourth quarter right around the corner. $15 minutes left in this AFC North showdown. Fourth quarter about to get underway. First and goal for this Bengals offense, trying to tack on to their 3-point lead. Get it back to double digits would certainly be nice. After being shut out in the first quarter, Bengals hung 17 in the second, tacked on another touchdown in the third. That brings us to the 24 we're at now. Ravens have scored a touchdown in each quarter so far to bring them to 21. 3-point lead for the Bengals. Almost a 7-minute, 65-yard drive so far. 5 more to go to get into the end zone. Burrow hands it off to Moss. Unable to get much. Second and goal for the Bengals offense. Chase Brown checks in for Zach Moss. Cody Ford still in at right tackle. Bengals doing exactly what we said they have to do. Draining the ball. Lamar Jackson just over 2 minutes. Touchdown! Touchdown, Chase Brown! Touchdown, Chase Brown! Touchdown, Chase Brown! Let's go! 30! Song time! Song time! Hey, am I allowed to get excited about the Bengals scoring 30 on the Ravens defense? Because I've heard this defense is pretty freaking good. 30 points. Another 30 points for the Bengals offense. Have yourself a day, 9. 26 at 33 for 283 and 4 touchdowns. Evan McPherson on to kick the extra point to extend this lead to 10. Let's go, Bengals, baby! Let's go! Let's go! 12-play, 80-yard, 70-yard touchdown. Over 7 minutes off the clock. McPherson bangs it through. 31-21. Don't look now, but the Bengals might be back. Here we go. Hear that Bengal growling. Mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling. Lean and hungry. An offensive brute. Ooh, run, pass, or boot. Ooh. And defensively, he's rough. Tough. Cincinnati Bengals, that's the team we're gonna cheer to victory. Touchdown Bengals, put some points up on that board and win the game for Cincinnati. Woohoo! Let's go, baby. 10-point lead in the fourth quarter. Let's get some likes on the stream. Let's get some I don't know what we need to put in the chat, but let's put something in the chat. We need some Udays in the chat. Give me some Udays in the chat. Let's go, baby. 31-21, 14-20 left to go here in the fourth quarter. Bengals looking to take home the AFC North opener. Let's go, men. Let's go. We might have found ourselves one in Chase Brown, folks. He's a special, special player. Lot of fun to watch. Lot of fun to watch. 8 carries, 34 yards on the ground, 3 grabs, including a touchdown through the air. A man can do it all. We need versatile running backs, and we got one in this offense. Chase Brown is perfect. Perfect for us. Snap him, Nathan Hines. Snap him. We got vibes in here. We don't need anyone bringing us down. (31-21). Bengals up 10, 14-20 left to go. Who dey gold medal, who dat trash can? That's right, David. Here we go, Bengals. Get a stop. Get a stop. Kick ready to be sent deep. 10-point lead for the Bengals. 14-20 left to go. Kickoff lands inside the 10. Muffed by the Ravens returner. Ref saying he touched it. That means the ball's going to be inside the 10. Out at the 8 if he touched it. He touched it. He touched it. There we go, baby. Special teams came to play today. Ryan Rico, already 2 points. Evan McPherson sticking a field goal or a kickoff inside the 10. Perfect execution on that new dynamic kickoff. Backing the Ravens up. Inside the 10, Lamar's going to have to go 90-plus yards against this Bengals defense. 31-21, 14 minutes and change left here in the game. Justice Hill joins Lamar in the backfield. Bengals have everyone bunched up at the line. Bring the pressure, no one gets home. Jackson able to find Andrews beating Jordan Battle across the middle. We said we wanted more Jordan Battle, we're getting him. But Jackson able to find Andrews just over the outstretched arms of Jordan Battle. 1st and 10 now from the 35. Jackson keeps it on the read option, pushes Ronnie Stanley out in front of him, and he's got space. Out across the 50, Jackson picks up about 15 on the run. (18-yard run with his hand in the middle of Ronnie Stanley's back. Tough to stop Lamar Jackson in the open field. Even tougher to stop him with one of the best tackles in the league as the lead blocker. In the shotgun now, limited pressure for the Bengals defense. Lamar throws off his back foot. It's incomplete, intended for Justice Hill. Flag on the play. It's going to be a hold on the Ravens offense. Going to back them up even more with 13-20 left to go in the fourth quarter. Holding on Daniel Falale, the Minnesota product. Little tackle of B.J. Hill. You're going to get that call every single time. 1st and 20 for this Ravens offense. 5 penalties, 21 yards for the Ravens. 2 for 9 for the Bengals. Limited pressure. Trey Hendrickson now getting home. Lamar running. Running horizontal to the line, looking to throw, crosses the line and runs. Hendrickson, Jenkins, and Jalen Davis meet him, but he's able to squeeze through for more yards. 12 yards scramble there by Jackson. 2nd and 8 now for this Ravens offense as we get to crunch time. Second and 8 for the Ravens. Lamar drops back to pass. Trey Hendrickson with a good rush. Lamar pumps, fires. Finds Flowers, covered by DJ Turner on the play for the first down. 12-yard gain. Ravens moving the ball fairly easily here. Only way the Bengals have been able to stop him on this drive is self-inflicted penalties. 5 for 81 yards today for Zay Flowers. Justice Hill somehow getting through the scrum at the line of scrimmage. Going to make it 2nd and short. Under 12 minutes and ticking, the Ravens running a no-huddle offense, keeping the Bengals on their heels. 2nd and 3. Lamar keeps the read option. Hole filled by Geno Stone, but Lamar jumps over him. Able to get 2. It's going to be 3rd and 1. That's a great play by Lamar. You got to make that tackle if you're Geno Stone. You just have to. Derrick Henry still on the sideline for 3rd and 1. Ravens hand it off to Justice Hill, who's able to get the first down and into the red zone. Ticking down towards 10 minutes. It's first down for the Ravens. Derrick Henry back in the game. 31-21. Ravens up over 100 yards rushing now. Pat Ricard in motion. Jackson drops back to pass. Fires on a quick swing route to Derrick Henry, who's able to get 4 or 5 yards. 2nd down now for this Ravens offense inside the red zone, trying to cut into this Bengals 10-point lead. Three red zone trips for the Ravens. 3 touchdowns. Gonna need Lou Anarumo's defense to toughen up here. We've been bending and breaking so far. Hold him to 3. 2nd and 6. Pumps to Henry. Fires to a wide open Andrews, who falls down to make the catch and is inevitably tackled at the 3-yard line. Would have been a touchdown if Lamar Jackson kept that ball in the air, but threw it very low to the wide open receiver. I think that's a Geno Stone blown coverage as he flies towards Derrick Henry on the swing route out of the backfield. Big time break for this Bengals defense with Lamar firing that ball basically into the ground. Great play by Andrews to have it grab. 2 catches for 40 yards for him so far. That's his most productive game of the season. Ricard in motion, fake to Henry, 0 pressure. Lamar fires and finds Kolar. Touchdown, Ravens. Ravens offense moves the ball very easily. Jermaine Pratt in a decent position, just couldn't make a play on the ball. $92 yards in 5 minutes and never even broke a sweat. Tucker looking to add the extra point, and he will. 28-31. Bengals have a 3-point lead with 9 minutes left to go in this game. Need to win. Have to hang on. 9 minutes left. Bengals up 3. You guys know what to do if we want the Bengals to win this game. We like the stream. We like the stream if we want the Bengals to win this game. We like the stream if we want the Bengals to win this game. We like the stream if we don't want the Bengals to win this game. If you're here having a good time with us, hopefully rooting the Bengals on for a win, make sure you like the stream. Make sure you like the stream. That's going to get this offense down the field and into the end zone. Defense looked pretty good in the first half, or at least good enough. Not the same here. Ravens move the ball very easily for another touchdown to cut into this lead. That's a touchdown in every quarter for Baltimore. 28-31. The Ravens just pull tight ends out of who knows where to get production. I mean, Mark Andrews is one of the best in the league, and he starts playing bad. Oh, here's Isaiah Likely. Oh, he's not doing anything. Here's Charlie Kolar. It's insane how they get this much talent at a position that doesn't really have a whole lot of talent in the league. Nine minutes to go here in the fourth quarter. 31-28. Bengals lead. Ravens about to kick it back to the Cincinnati offense. Need Dax to be okay, absolutely. A lot of the focus of this game, injury-wise, has been diverted to Amarius Mims, and absolutely rightfully so with the lack of depth on the defensive backfield. But, man, losing Amarius Mims is very, very big. Heard the reports after halftime that he was running around on the sideline, or jogging around on the sideline, had his helmet in hand and on his head. Hopefully he can get back into action next week, if not at some time today. I just feel like if he could go today, we would have seen him by now. Seven for 111 and 2 touchdowns for Ravens tight ends today. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. 9 minutes, 3-point game. Bengals offense will have the ball at the 30, first and 10. Nine minutes left in a 3-point game, folks. I'm starting to freak out a little bit. We need this win. We need this win. 10 straight completions for Burrow. He's lined up empty in the shotgun. Quick fire to Chase behind the line of scrimmage, and he gets through, and he has space. He has space. He makes a man miss, and he's going. He's going. Number one's going. Number one's going. He's going. No one's going to catch him. 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 Number one! Jamar! We're singing again! We're singing again! Let's go! One play, 70 yards! Jamar freaking Chase! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! 9 for 174 and 2 touchdowns. Talk about a Ravens killer. 38-28, 10-point lead. We waste no time. Hear that Bengal growling? Mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling. Lean and hungry. An offensive brute. Ooh, ooh, front passer boot. Ooh, ooh, ooh. And defensively, he's rough. Tough. Cincinnati Bengals That's the team we're gonna cheer to victory. Touchdown, Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win the game for Cincinnati. Woo! Let's go, man. Oh, let's go, man. Oh, my gosh. This offense is incredible. 38-28. We got the ball back with 9:08. We give it back up 10 with 8:54. Let's go. Blackmore with a phenomenal point. Phenomenal point. I'm going to catch my breath real quick. Jamar Chase better walk off the field straight into Mike Brown's office and never leave. That's Blackmore, and I totally agree. You got to extend this man. Oh, who they think going to beat them Bengals, chat? Give me who days, give me nobodies, give me everything. Let's go, man. Oh, got the one on for a reason. That guy is special. Oh, man. What a play. What a play. Defense, let's do it. Come on. Come on. Like the stream. Give me some thumbs up on the stream. Let's go, baby. Over 150 of you guys in here watching with us. Thank you so much. Let's go. Come on, Bengals defense. Come on, Bengals defense. Come on, Lou Anarumo. Come on. We just need one. 9 for 174 and 2 touchdowns. T. Higgins, 2 touchdowns as well. This is the 1A, 1B we all want. Come on. 38-28, 8:54. Huge stop here, D. Huge stop. Come on. First and 10 for the Ravens on the 30. 38-28, Bengals lead by 10, under 9 minutes to go. Ravens have the ball at the 30. Lamar Jackson dropped back in the shotgun, fires deep. Outside the outstretched arms of Rashad Bateman. Von Bell in coverage. It's going to be 2nd and 10. Love the stop signs, Craig. Give me stop signs in the chat. Give me stop signs in the chat. Let's get one here, D. Let's get one here. Come on, defense. Come on. Second and 10, play clock ticking down. Jackson finds Andrews just enough for the first down. Ravens tight end room continues to dominate this game so far. 1st and 10 for the Ravens. Brought down in the backfield, Akeem Davis Gaither. Let's go, baby. Come on. Get a stop. Get a stop. Great play, ADG. Mark Andrews, you've been playing left tackle all year long. You still can't block ADG. There we go, 59. Second and 12. 7:45 and ticking. 46 rushing yards for Lamar Jackson today. Good pressure by the Bengals defense, but Lamar gets the pass off and finds Flowers on the sideline. He's able to get both feet in. DJ Turner just not in a good position there. Zay Flowers able to convert the first down. Good toe tap in there to make sure he completed the catch. 99 receiving yards for Zay Flowers so far today. Lamar Jackson drops back to pass on first down. Tipped ball, hung in the air forever, but hits the turf. Second and 10 now for the Ravens offense. Tipped at the line of scrimmage, leaves the ball behind Justice Hill, who tips it again. Oh, that could have been a pick. That could have been a pick. Second and 10 for the Ravens offense, 7:11 left in the game. Play clock under 10. Barely get the snap off. Good pressure. Jackson gets the pass off. It's wobbly, but it's complete. Jalen Davis getting whooped on the outside. Zay Flowers over 100 yards now. How is that a catch? The angle of that play, Flowers drops the ball. It hits off Davis's face mask and lands on his lap. Good pressure again. Jackson spikes the ball. 6:39. Second and 10. Bengals lead by 10. Only bringing 4 there and able to get some decent pressure. 38 yards in the last 2 minutes and 15 seconds for the Ravens offense. We're under 7 now, ticking towards 6:30 as they take second and 10 in the shotgun. No pressure. Lamar has all day, fires deep. Jalen Davis in coverage on Aguilar. Ball lands out of bounds. Third and 10. 6:34 remaining in the game. Deep ball lands just out of bounds. Third and 10, 6:34 in a 10-point ball game. Doesn't get much bigger than this, folks. Doesn't get much bigger than this. First down, Ravens. Lamar Jackson able to get through the pressure and find Tylan Wallace, I believe. A penalty on Hendrickson for roughing the passer. It's going to be half the distance to the goal for the Ravens. They get even closer. That's a letter of the law roughing right there. First and goal for the Ravens offense, down 10 points, just over 6 minutes left to go. Lamar Jackson drops back deep. He's standing at about the 20. Good pressure, looked like a hold, but no flag. Lamar around the corner from B.J. Hill, gets out to about the 6. Second and goal from the 6-yard line for this Ravens offense, down 10. Clock ticks below 6 minutes. Four for 4 in the red zone are the Ravens. 4 trips, 4 touchdowns. Lamar has trouble with the snap, drops it, goes down to a knee. Sam Hubbard in his face, gets stiff-armed, falls to the ground. Lamar Jackson just fires to the back of the end zone, and it's caught by Likely for a touchdown. It's one of the most impressive touchdowns you'll ever see. That's one of the most impressive touchdown plays you'll ever see. It's one of the best touchdown plays you'll ever see. I thought he was throwing that ball out the back of the end zone. Just throws it up to Likely, and he brings it in for a touchdown. And that's incredible. How does Sam Hubbard not get a stop there? Tucker kicks it through. 35-38. Ravens up, Bengals up 3. Ravens trailing with 5:20 left in this game. The offense is going to have to do something here. They've been able to score every time we've needed them to. Gonna need it again. And this time, I certainly won't complain about a 70-yard one-play touchdown, but I would love to take a little bit more time off the clock. I mean, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. All right. $350 and 5 touchdowns for Burrow. 304 touchdowns for Lamar Jackson. Both well over 50% completion percentage. This is the quarterback duel you ask for when you see two MVP caliber quarterbacks go up against each other. Charlie Jones catches this ball in the end zone. Bengals are going to get it at the 30. If we want the offense to keep going downfield and scoring, you guys got to like this stream. We got to like the stream. Get those likes up. The Bengals are going to bring home a win. 38-35, Bengals up 3, 5:24 left. If we want this ball in the end zone, like the stream, guys. Like the stream. 5:24 to go. 1st and 10 from the 30. Chase in motion, crossing the formation. Now stacked above Higgins at the bottom of your screen. Burrow drops back, evades the pressure, looks to run, dumps it anyway to Chase, and he's going. At the 50, down inbounds. Very, very smart play by Chase to go down inbounds and keep that clock rolling. Great point by L. Rollins that the broadcast just brings up. Amarius Mims is in at right tackle. Amarius Mims is back in at right tackle. Burrow fires, Chase at the bottom of the screen, makes a man miss, spins, gets the first down, goes down inbounds again. Going to keep that clock rolling as we move the ball downfield. 4:30 and it's rolling. Mims back on the field. Could not have me more excited. That is beautiful to see. Dodged a bullet big time there. First downs and staying in bounds. That's why it helps to have two elite veteran receivers. 8 catches, 74 yards, 2 touchdowns, 4T today. Jamar Chase closing in on 200 himself. Joe Burrow, 13 straight completions. Clinical. Handoff up the gut to Zach Moss. He gets around the corner, makes a man miss. Out to the 35, 34. But a very awkward tackle, and Moss is hurt. Moss is hurt. He's grabbing his ankle, and he's writhing in pain. Moss is hurt. Moss is hurt. Moss is hurt. This is that hip drop tackle that players were getting hurt with at the NFL banned and we don't see a flag on the field. They have not been calling it much. Players have been getting fined instead of on-field calls. Oh, that's not a hip drop, sadly. Falls right on that ankle. Owe falls right on that ankle. This is not great for a Bengals offense that was really starting to come into its own with the rushing attack. Incredibly, incredibly unfortunate here. 3:57 to go as we go to commercial break while they're tending on Zach Moss. While they're in break here, I'm also going to take a short one, but I will be back before the next play. That is a guarantee. That is a guarantee. All right, we're back, folks. We're back for the home stretch. Zach Moss on the sideline, helmet on. Amarius Mims back in this game. Already dodged one potentially big-time injury with Mims. Maybe we get lucky again. 2nd and 7 for this Bengals offense. Clinical. Burrow, 3-step drop, bang, Higgins, across the middle, first down, clock still rolling. Here we go. Timeout, Ravens. They're not going to let the Bengals just drain this clock. But it doesn't matter if you're going to move the ball as well as we are right now. T. Higgins, have yourself a day. Welcome back to form if you weren't already. It's 38-35. There's 3 minutes and 10 seconds left in a game between two teams that want nothing more than to compete for an AFC championship and Super Bowl. This is beautiful. This is why you watch NFL football. Ravens are using their timeouts right now to hopefully preserve some clock and get it back for the offense. Bengals threatening to score inside the 30 with 3 minutes left. 1st and 10, Burrow takes in the shotgun, hands off the gut. Moss is back and gets the carry. Tackled at the line of scrimmage. Pops right back up. Great to see Moss back in there. That certainly looked like it could have been ugly with Owe landing right on that ankle, but just missing one play and back into the game. 1 timeout left for the Ravens. They just called their second. 3 minutes and 5 seconds remaining in the game. This Burrow highlight package is phenomenal. I guess it's a Jamar highlight package. Just a special connection. $10 for $193 and 2 touchdowns for Jamar Chase. I know, at least personally, I would love to see him get 7 more. Brown at the top of the screen, Chase at the bottom. Higgins and Yoshivas split out as well. Burrow fires the pass, but there is a flag. False start on Orlando Brown, his 2nd of the day, not coming at a great time. Certainly close. Certainly close. Four penalties, 24 yards for the Bengals so far. Two of those false starts on Orlando Brown. 2nd and 15, just inside the 35 for the Bengals, trying to get some points on the board. Burrow drops back to pass, fires across the middle. It's intercepted. Intercepted by Marlon Humphrey. It's just a slant to Jamar. Burrow throws it out in front of him right between the 4 and the 4 on Marlon Humphrey's chest. A near perfect game for Burrow so far. Unravels at the end. 3 minutes and 1 second left on the clock. The defense is going to have to make the stop of their lives. Defense has forced Baltimore to pump a 4. Need to do it again. 1st and 10 inside their own 30. 3 minutes on the clock for the Ravens offense. Lamar Jackson in the backfield. Takes the shotgun snap, loads, and fires. It's Rashad Bateman at the line of scrimmage. He makes Geno Stone miss. Gets about 9 yards. Stays in bounds. Clock will roll. 2:50 and ticking. 2nd and 1 for this Ravens offense. Just one timeout left for Baltimore. We'll have the 2-minute warning as well, and obviously Justin Tucker on the sideline. Down just 3 points. It could come down to his leg to send this game to overtime. Good pressure by the Bengals defense. Jackson floats the ball up. It lands inbounds, but no one's able to make a play on the ball for either team, so it lands on the turf harmlessly. It's going to be 3rd and 1 with 2:27 left. The Ravens still have one timeout. This Bengals defense is going to have to make a short yardage stop here if they want to get hand off to Justice Hill, and he has it, and he is able to squirt through for a 1st down. Contact made in the backfield, but Hill finds his way through just enough for the 1st down. It's going to be 1st and 10 as we near the 2-minute warning here in Cincinnati. Ravens get a snap off before the 2-minute warning. No pressure, and Jackson finds the receiver across the middle and into field goal range. Tylan Wallace takes the Baltimore drive into field goal range. 2-minute warning now. 1 minute, 56 seconds left on the clock. It's a 3-point football game. The Bengals have had the lead all day long, basically, after allowing a first drive touchdown to Baltimore. The Bengals have been in control until now. This is not where we wanted to be right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is not where we wanted to be. Not where we wanted to be. If we want this defense to get a stop, we need some likes. We need some likes on this stream. If we want the Bengals to get this stop, we got to get those likes up, folks. We're in a bad spot. I'm not going to lie. This is a tough spot to be. Molly, I know I'm losing my voice. I know. I would like to at least have a win to show for it. So I need this defense to step it up. You got to force this game to go to overtime. You have to. You got to give the offense another chance. Oh, man. Under 2 minutes to go. We're at the commercial break for the 2-minute warning now. Paycor Stadium is full, and I find it hard to believe anyone is sitting down. Under 2 minutes to go. Ravens are driving. Already in field goal range if you believe the target line on the broadcast. 35-38. Lamar Jackson with the football, having a chance to put together a great comeback drive. A lot of Bengal defenders at the line of scrimmage wonder if they're going to bring pressure or a bluff. Incomplete pass. 2nd and 10 with 1:53 to go in a 3-point football game. Sam Hubbard in coverage is always a questionable at best decision, but there it worked out. 1:53, 2nd and 10. Jackson drops back. Bengals trying to bring pressure. Good coverage downfield. He can't find anyone. He fires to Andrews, and can the Bengals keep him in bounds? They cannot. 3rd and 5 for this Ravens offense with 1:43 to go. That's absolutely a face mask on Pratt that the Bengals avoid that penalty. 3rd and 5. Dodge a bullet without that personal foul on Pratt, but 1:18, the Ravens have already went 35 yards. They need 5 more here to avoid a really long field goal. Delay a game. Delay a game unless they called their last timeout. Delay a game unless they use their last timeout. Final Baltimore timeout. Final Baltimore timeout. 3rd and 5. 1:43 left in a 3-point football game. And Baltimore's out of timeouts. We're at 96 likes here. We need 4 more. We got to get to 100, folks. We got to get to 100 to get this Bengals team a win. We got to get to 100 to get this Bengals team a win. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Big time play right here. 3rd and 5. Big time play right here. 3rd and 6. 3rd and 6 for the Ravens offense. 3rd and 6 for the Ravens offense. 3-point game, 1:43 left. A lot of people at the line of scrimmage, and they bring pressure. Get to Jackson. He fires. It's incomplete. Incomplete. 4th down. Come on. Come on. 4's in the chat. 4's in the chat. Let's go. 4's in the chat. We got to get a stop. 4's in the chat. They're going to kick this long field goal with Justin Tucker to try to tie this game. Long field goal with Justin Tucker to try to tie this game. Justin Tucker has been far from perfect from longer than 50 yards. 0 for 2 this season on kicks longer than 50 yards for Justin Tucker. He's not necessarily as automatic as he used to be. Let's see if this kick goes. It's hooking. It comes back in, and it has plenty of leg. Justin Tucker bangs it through. But, folks, 1:35 on the clock. Tie football game. 3 timeouts. And number 9 coming out getting this offense in the huddle. I'm happy with where we're at. I'm happy with where we're at. Way to do what you had to do, defense. Give this offense a chance to win the game. Let's go. 1:35 on the clock. 3 timeouts. There's no quarterback I'd rather have leading this drive. Let's go, baby. I got faith in McPherson. I got faith in this offense. Let's go win a football game. Let's go win a football game. 38-38, 1 minute, 35 seconds left. Let's go win a football game. Come on now. Here we go. Here we go, guys. 1:35 left. We need a stop. .135 and 3 timeouts. Bengals need points to win the football game. Otherwise, if the clock runs out, we're headed to OT. I think that's exactly what it means, Alex. 30-yard line. Joe Burrow drops back to pass. Ravens bring pressure and get home. Justin Madubuike sack. Burrow goes down. It's going to be a little bit more difficult. 2nd and 17 now for the Bengals offense. Burrow drops back to pass. You have no choice here. Pressure and he fires. Hits T. Higgins in the number, but falls to the ground. Nate Wiggins putting together a good game here. Talked a lot of crap about that draft pick, and he's putting on a pretty good game here. 53 seconds, 3 timeouts. Third and 17. And it's a handoff to Chase Brown, who gets through some space out across the 30. 4th down with 44 seconds left. The Bengals will have to punt it away with about 10 seconds left. But they're playing for overtime. Play clock is about 8 seconds ahead of the game clock, so the Bengals are going to punt this ball away with 8 seconds left on the clock. You have to assume Zach Taylor's just going to call a timeout as this play clock ticks down to 1 and 0. Yep. 9 seconds on the clock as they're prepared to kick it deep. Talk about a quarterback duel. These two came to play today. Joe Burrow with the big-time mistake on the last drive that gave the Ravens the ability to tie the game up, but we're headed to overtime as the Bengals punt it away with 5 seconds left. It's ticking down. Punt lands inbounds. Clock will hit zeros with no return. We're headed to overtime, folks. End of regulation in Cincinnati. 38-38. Safe to say this overcashed with nearly 80 points. This coin flip couldn't be more important with how easily the defense has been allowing movement for this Ravens offense. This coin flip is astronomical. Oh, man. This is not the stress I wanted today. Captain Jake Browning on the field. Refresher on OT rules, for sure. Yeah, regular season overtime in the NFL is the same as it's always been. The different rules were Ravens win the toss. Lamar Jackson and the Ravens offense to take the field first. Certainly not what you wanted to see, but defense forced a field goal on the last drive. Hopefully you can do that or a punt again. Refresher on the overtime rules. If the first team goes down and scores a touchdown, the game is over. If the first team goes down and kicks a field goal, a touchdown from the other team wins the game. So this could still end without Joe Burrow seeing the field again. That coin flip loss is detrimental to the vibes of this overtime period. I'm not going to lie. The Bengals defense getting a stop here in the first drive of overtime would nullify any issues from the last however many years. Oh, man. All right, start of OT. Bengals going to kick it to the Ravens. Got to stop the MVP. Got to stop the MVP. Ball's in the air and we're underway. 10 minutes on the clock. Obviously, you can tie in the NFL. 10 minutes on the clock, 38-38. Ravens offense will look to end it without giving Joe Burrow the ball. 1 10-minute period, touchdown or safety on the first possession wins the game. If the score is tied after each team's first possession, then the next score will win the game. Each team has 2 timeouts, and there is no coach's challenges. This is like it's the last 2 minutes of the first half or of the game. All replays are initiated by the booth. Ravens offense will get the ball on the 30 to try to win a divisional matchup. Touchdown wins the game. Here we go in overtime. First play is a handoff to Derrick Henry, who's met at the line of scrimmage and brought down for no gain. Sam Hubbard, B.J. Hill make the play. "12 carries today for Derrick Henry and not a whole lot to show for it." Great work on that front for the Bengals defense, but plenty of other issues that we will certainly discuss in our immediate postgame show coming up right after this game ends. Jackson in the shotgun, Flowers in motion. Pitch to Henry. Gets the corner, makes a man miss, out for about 8 yards. Third down. Handoff up the gut to Derrick Henry, and he's able to fall forward for enough for the first down, just barely, but moves the sticks all the same. Clock's ticking down towards 8 minutes, but none of that matters. A touchdown for the Ravens would end this football game. 1st and 10 from the 40. for the Baltimore offense. Play action pass, good pressure by the Bengals, but Jackson able to do the magic he's been doing. Looking deep, fires inbounds, tries to find Bateman, but can't. Good pressure by Bell and Murphy. Jackson able to just find green grass like he has all game long. Throws a wounded duck into the turf at Zay Flowers' feet, but second and 10 for this Ravens offense on their own 40. Play clock ticking down, 3-2, gets the snap off. Jackson drops back. Decent pressure by Hendrickson, no one else. Jackson's able to run and spin out to about the 45, scratch that, 46-yard line. 3rd and 4 for this Bengals defense. We need some threes in the chat. We need good vibes in the chat. We need thumbs up on the stream. We need all of the above. This is everything. This is everything. Third and 4. Jackson finds a wide open Bateman out to the 40. Across the 50 to the Bengals 40. A wide open Rashad Bateman in the middle of that field. Cam Taylor-Britt just gets beat. Just gets beat. Touchdown wins the game. Ravens driving inside the Bengals 40. Ball's right about where it was when Tucker made that field goal at the end of regulation. Lamar Jackson dropped the snap. The ball's still out. The ball's still out. The ball's still out. And Jermaine Pratt got it. Jermaine Pratt got it. Let's go. Bengals ball. Bengals ball. Bengals ball. Let's go. Let's go. Whoa! That's ours. Any points win the game now for Cincinnati. Bengals ball. Defense does what it needs to do. Good snap by Linderbaum. Lamar just can't handle it. It hits off the guard's foot. Osai knocks it around. Jermaine Pratt recovers it. Holy cow, folks. Let's go. Let's go. Holy cow! Come on, offense! Come on, offense! Next score wins the game. Burrow hands off to Brown. Here we go, Bengals. Here we go. Here we go, offense. Come on. Come on, offense. Any points win this game. You scored 38 already. Let's get 3 more. Come on, Bengals. Timeout, Bengals. 2nd and 10. This would still be about a 55-yard field goal. You have to get closer. Absolutely have to get closer. Almost a perfect game for Burr. You're going to need one more perfect drive. 5:42 left in the game, but again, time does not matter. Next score wins this one. Hand off to Chase Brown, up the gut again, up to about the 35. It's going to be 3rd and 7. 3rd and 7 for this Bengals offense, looking to win this game with any kind of score. Another handoff. This time to Chase Brown for no gain. 4th down. 7 yards. Evan McPherson, 50 plus for the win. They're emptying the clip on this announcer jinx. All the stats, all the perfection, they're saying it all. Cincinnati will take the timeout here. 4th and 7, 53-yard field goal to win the game. It all comes down to the foot of Evan McPherson. Weak wind at his back, says the announcer. 4th and 7. Taking his steps is McPherson. Lined up right in the middle of that B. If he kicks it straight, it goes through the uprights. 53-yard field goal. This would give the Ravens pristine field position. And he hooks it. Ryan Rico has a great game and then botches the hold. Botches the hold. Man. 4:26 left, and Ravens score, wins the game. And Derrick Henry puts us out of our misery. Derrick Henry down inside the 5. This game is over unless there's a miracle. You can only stop Derrick Henry for so long. Well, if you like to watch me be sad after a game. You've seen plenty of it, and it's going to happen again here. Immediate post-game show. Craig Sandlin waiting in here on the back end. He's going to join me as soon as this game goes final for an immediate post-game reaction show to everything that took place today for this Bengals team. Make sure you stick around with us for that. Justin Tucker lining up to end this one. 24 yards. This is Justin Tucker in his sleep. And he does. 41-38. The Ravens win the game in overtime after turning the ball over on their first drive. Thank you to everyone that watched the stream, but don't go anywhere. Post-game show up next. And we're going to run the intro right now. And we'll see you momentarily for what's going to be a sad one, I'm sure. I thought the Bengals had that one in the bag, but I'm not going to make Craig wait any longer. We're coming your way soon.
Looks right around, Huntley, he reaches, that ball's out, that's live! Back the other way, Sam Hubbard! The Cincinnati Kid! Hubbard's got a convoy! Chased by Andrews! At the 30, the 20, he will score!
To the end zone, down the field, and it is deflected, and gone! Touchdown! A.J. Green!
Over goes back to throw, men are coming late, looks right down the middle, there's Eddie Brown, he has it at the 35 to the 30, he may go, 10-5, touchdown!
Now the Bengals Super Bowl chances rest on his right foot. The kick is up.
Yeah.
It is good.
Corey Dillon, he's gone. The knockout punch, you're looking at it. 65 yards.
And they're back to throw as the blitz is on. Goes long, intended for Collinsworth. He has it down to the 20, touchdown! And Chris Collinsworth.
Throwing the long ball. Deep down the field. Johnson's got it. Touchdown. Cincinnati.
Look at Chase go. Oh my goodness, what a gear he just found. Case for the touchdown. Wow, Chase is on the case.
It is no fluke. It is a fact. The Cincinnati Bengals are headed to Super Bowl 56. The play clock at 3. Shotgun snap. Carr throws into traffic. Intercepted. Jermaine Pratt has the football.
Yeah.
Coffin nails.
Bam, bam, bam. How about that?
The Bengals fall to 1-4. Jacob Tissett live streams fall to 0-4. But nonetheless, Craig Sandlin, Jacob Tissett here with you to break down that game. Craig, I really, really thought we had one there. I can't believe that one got away from this team. Does me no good to ask you how you're doing because you've been here on the back end for about the last 5 minutes and I've seen the reactions and it hasn't been pretty. We're all sharing the same kind of sadness right now. And I think the first thing on the J-Bar is exactly where we have to start. Joe Burrow said this week coming into the game that he had to be perfect, and I don't know that we necessarily realized how true that statement was. 38 points for this Bengals offense. Joe Burrow, 30 of 39 for 392 yards and 5 touchdowns. But on the last offensive drive of the regulation at the end of the first quarter, Burrow throws an interception that leads to a Justin Tucker field goal, sending the game to overtime, where the Bengals ultimately fell. The main point, obviously, is the lack of faith that I think everyone has in the defense at this point. Hundreds of people joining us on the live stream. We appreciate you all for that. And the sentiment was exactly the same as everyone had the exact same sentiment when we're talking about this defensive performance. There's just not a single person in Cincinnati at this point that has any faith in this defense or to get a stop at all at any point in time. And that's such a brutal place to be when you have an offense that I think we all agree can score whenever they want, basically. And to have to score 40 a game to be in it with any level of decent competition, it's such a bad place to be.
Joe Burrow said during the week that he was going to have to be near perfect. T. Higgins said directly before the game that he was going to have to be near perfect, that every unit on the offensive side of the ball was going to have to be near perfect. And if we're being honest, they were. Save for the Joe Burrow interception at the end of the game, which we'll talk about later, they were nearly perfect. But it's a really bad situation when your offense knows how perfect they have to be in order to win a ball game because they have zero confidence in their defense. And the defense showed yet again today why it is that the offense has zero faith in them and why this fan base has zero faith in them today. If you would have told me that the Bengals were going to hold Derrick Henry under 50 yards rushing during regulation, I would have been thrilled. I think we all would have been thrilled. If you would have told me that Joe Burrow was going to throw for 5 and have a passer rating of 137, I think we all would have been thrilled.
Yeah.
If you would have told me that Jamar Chase was going to go off for nearly 200 yards, I think we all would have been thrilled. To sit here in this moment and think about 2 plays that really ruined it. The interception from Joe Burrow at the end, which we'll talk about. I don't want to get too deep into right now. And then the fumbled hold by Ryan Ricow at the end of the game on the Money McPherson field goal try really did it in. But to your point, let's start with the defense. Lamar Jackson today, 26 of 42, 348 yards, 4 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, sacked only once for 3 yards. Derrick Henry ends up 15 for 92, but that includes a 50-yarder in overtime, scores the touchdown early on. The Ravens, all told, rushed 34 times for 175 yards, 5.1 yards per pop. Zay Flowers, 7 catches, 111 yards on the day. Jacob, this is definitely a high-quality offense in the Baltimore Ravens. We knew that coming in. But at some point, your defense has to get a stop. And time again, this defense just didn't come up and give you a momentum swing when you really needed it. And, you know, we got the fumble in overtime, gives the Bengals the ball. We're going to talk about this too, but Zach Taylor decides to run the ball 3 straight times and rely on a Money McPherson 55-yard field goal. It just a lot of frustrating moments that add up to what could have and should have been a really exciting win.
Yeah.
And end up with a 41-38 loss, and you're staring at 1-4 on the season.
Exactly. And we talked all week about how crucial this game was going to be for the Bengals to stay on track with every single goal that we have before the season already being put in jeopardy by an 0-3 start. But alas, here we are, 0-4. You know, you can continue to look at the schedule and you can continue to look at games and say, hey, we can win these, we can win those. But if you're going to allow 40 points to every offense you play, who can you beat? I don't really understand at this point. I think this offense, Bengals offense, is better than maybe anyone in the league. It might legitimately be the best offense in football. And if we're not going to score 45 points with over 35 minutes of possession time, there's no chance in winning the game. And I think it comes back to the issue we've had with this defense for so long now. And it's what can change? I don't know what can change, because getting back, you know, BJ Hill, Miles Murphy today it helped with the run game. You talked about holding Derrick Henry in check for regulation until that end play. But the inconsistent pass rush, really from everyone but Trey Hendrickson, the inability to stick with a play. I mean, how many times did Sam Hubbard just get shrugged off by Lamar Jackson? I know of 2 right off the top of my head, and obviously Trey had the one at the goal line that I thought he was going to bring him down as well. These guys need to, I don't know if play harder is the right thing, but these are the 13 or so guys that are going to be taking up those 11 spots on defense for the rest of the year, whether we like it or not. And they have to figure it out, because if it's going to be this for, 12 more games, what are we doing? If it's going to be this for 12 more games, if Joe Burrow has to go 405 for any chance of winning a game, why are we risking getting these guys hurt to go out there with a JV defense? It's insane that we're basically chalking the season up as a prayer that Joe can be an MVP perfection level quarterback every single week. And Jermaine Pratt made a good play on the fumble recovery in overtime. And, believe it or not, I had a different J-bar set up when I thought we were going to win that game. And defense moved right to the top because I was honestly going to give him more or less of a pass after a fumble recovery at the end. Well, we were going to start with the positives, which we will get to in the next. There was a lot of positives on the offensive side of the ball, but I had Pratt bails out the defense as the thing on the ticker. You get that fumble recovery, no one's talking about the defensive performance, but then we settle for a 55-yard field goal after 3 rush attempts, and it goes wide, and the Ravens win the football game. So we're right back to where we started with the defense being the problem, and it just feels like a broken record, which is the most painful part. If you go back to the postgame shows for the other 4 weeks of this season that we've lost, or other 3 weeks of the season that we've lost, you can take a screenshot of Craig and I right here, and I'm sure this ticker looks relatively the same. And that's the issue. None of the problems are evolving or changing or being adjusted to. Every problem that we had is still a major problem for this team, and that's where I'm losing faith in the coaching staff, because how can you not see that it's such a big problem and try something? I don't know what you're going to try. I'm not the coach. You get paid the big bucks. But to keep running the same 11 guys out there and keep having the same problems. I know these guys came back from injury today, but it's still ultimately the same group. And nothing's changing. Something has to change because this is not a sustainable way to run a football team.
Well, look, I want to start by giving a little bit of props on defense. I know that this is going to be a largely negative show. Yeah. There are a lot of highlights, but this is going to end up being a largely negative show. So I want to work some positives into it.
For sure.
The Bengals run defense until that final play did a very good job against this Baltimore team who came into today averaging 220 yards rushing on per game. Yep. So we have to tip our cap a little bit to that. Now, Baltimore didn't run a ton early on, but if you take away that last run for 51 yards, they ran 33 times for 124 yards. Like, I think if we're going to hold Baltimore and this potent offense to 4 yards per rush, you're probably going to be happy.
Yeah.
And I thought that for the most part, the Bengals front seven did a much better job today securing the tackle. There weren't as many missed tackles on running backs. Now, you mentioned it. They missed Lamar Jackson several times on potential sacks, but I think every team in the league does that.
Right.
I think when you look at it and when we go back to the film, what's going to stand out is blown coverage after blown coverage after blown coverage.
Yep.
And even though this front seven did a great job tackling on King Henry, who's known for breaking tackles and breaking long runs, he broke an 87-yarder last week for a touchdown. They did a great job bottling up that Baltimore attack. And then the secondary just couldn't stick with the receivers. And time again, Lamar Jackson, scramble, wide open guy. And there's very few secondaries in the league who's going to be able to guard wide receivers for 5, 6, 7 seconds. I want to acknowledge that. But there were also several times that they were beat well before that either Lamar missed or Lamar did hit. And Zay Flowers came into today averaging like 39 yards per game. He goes off for 111. Third string tight end Charlie Kolar gets 64 yards, including a 55-yarder. He adds a touchdown. Rashad Bateman hadn't done anything this year. Like, offensively, Lamar Jackson was not a threat early on this season.
Yeah.
Like, he just wasn't. And if you look at their first several games, like, he had to go for 273 against Kansas City because it was against Kansas City. He went for 247 against Las Vegas, another game that they lost. But the last 2 games where they won, 182 against Dallas when he only threw the ball 15 times, 156 against Buffalo, he only threw the ball 18 times. Lamar Jackson in this game throws the ball 42 times and just shreds this Bengals defense. Lamar Jackson, with all due respect, is not a good enough quarterback to throw for 348 yards and 4 touchdowns with no interceptions against you. It's just this defensive secondary is not good. And Dax Hill went down today with a knee injury. We're going to get to the injury concerns. He went down early and missed the rest of the game. That didn't help this team.
Right.
It just, a lot of frustration where you felt like you were a moment away from a swing, and Lamar Jackson slithers away and finds a wide open receiver in the back of the end zone in Isaiah Likely or whatever it may have been. So I am dreading going back and watching this film.
Yep.
I'm not excited about it. Offensively, there were a lot of big positives, but defensively, it's just going to be, you're going to have to watch almost every play because every play was a gash.
No, it's definitely going to be a tough show on Tuesday, looking back at a lot of this film, but make sure you guys tune in at 6 p.m. Tuesday night when we break down the film from this loss. But moving on to the positives, spend a little time talking about the stars that shined, and that's exactly what it was today. This team, this offense, the guys that you pay to put up big plays did exactly that. Joe Burrow, 30 of 39 for 392 yards, 5 touchdowns, and then that interception at the end of the game. Chase Brown, 12 carries for 46 yards, and then adding on 3 receptions for 28 yards and a touchdown as well. Zach Moss, 12 total touches for 52 yards. Jamar Chase, 10 catches, 193 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Continues to dominate the Ravens in his career. And then T. Higgins as well with a stellar game from the wide receiver 2, 9 catches, 83 yards, and 2 touchdowns. I was obviously live the whole time, so you guys were able to see my reactions. But to watch this offense click at the level that it's clicking at right now makes me forget about the defense for about half the game when they're on the field. When Jamar Chase takes a screen pass 70 yards for a touchdown, for a few minutes, I'm not thinking about the defense. I'm thinking about how elite this offense is, how elite some of these players are. And I think that's why it hurts so much to watch a game where you scored 38 points and not be able to come out on top, because this offense played very, very well. Joe Burrow said he had to play near perfect. He did that. He threw an interception at the end of the game that's going to be looked back on, and I'm sure criticized by many. But yet again, a game where Joe Burrow makes one mistake, and outside of that, plays clearly good enough to win the football game, makes one mistake in crunch time, and it goes the other way. I don't know what more to ask for from the offense. I guess you asked Joe Burrow to not throw an interception on the last drive, but breaking news to everyone, I don't think he was planning on throwing an interception there. So I understand people are mad at play calling, people are mad at various things on the offense, but I think the offense looked very, very good today. This reaffirmed what we saw in the last 2 weeks against questionable defenses in the Commanders and in the Panthers. The offense rolled and dominated the game, and there was at least a shadow of a doubt, I'm sure, in most people's mind that we played 2 bottom-of-the-league teams and dominate bottom-of-the-league defensively teams and dominated those games. But to do it against the Ravens defense today and put up 38 points and miss a field goal to win the game, that's pretty reassuring when it comes to the offense, if you needed any more reassurance.
Well, I don't need any more reassurance on the offense, but the offense doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And,
yeah,
I think first and foremost, I think Joe's going to look back. We're going to find out more. I don't know if Joe was looking for a pass interference call on that interception, because Marlon Humphrey was draped all over Jamar Chase prior to that pass. So I don't know if he was looking for a pass interference or if it was just a poor read on that. I really don't know what was going on in Joe Burrow's head on that. But, I mean, that slant route by Jamar Chase, Marlon Humphrey was all over Jamar Chase. It felt to me like Joe was throwing that ball trying to get a pass interference call, or at minimum a defensive holding call, something of a penalty there to give the Bengals a cheap first down. You got to remember that was after Zach Moss ran for -1. And then they had the false start on Orlando Brown. So it was 2nd and 16.
2 of those Joe on him today.
Yeah, Joe might be looking for just a quick first down on that and be able to keep the drive going. And instead, they don't call the pass interference that probably could have been called, and it turns into an interception. But I want to turn my attention to the end of the game. And you've got an offense who's been clicking all game long. You've got Joe Burrow, who's been clicking all game long. He's 30 of 39 on the day, 392 yards at that point, 5 touchdowns. you've got Joe Burrow on your team, and you decide to run the ball 3 straight times from your 45-yard line or 38-yard line. It wasn't even a scenario where like they were at the 20 and it was going to be a chip shot. This was going to be a 50-plus yarder for Evan McPherson, and you decide to just run the ball 3 times up the middle. It made 0 sense to me to run the ball in that situation 3 times after that momentum swing. I just didn't understand that. And I get it that a field goal wins you that game. But whether you like it or not, and I know we've talked a lot about the NFL kickers and their ability to hit long field goals now compared to 5 or 10 years ago.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean it's easy.
Right.
I know they make it look easy, but there's so much about a whole battery that can go wrong during that play. And you saw it in this moment. You know, Ryan Ricow fumbles the snap, gets it up maybe in time, but McPherson shanks it to the left. Doesn't come back in, misses it. I just don't understand settling for 3 run plays up the middle at a Chase Brown nonetheless. It's not even Zach Moss in there trying to just muscle you forward for a few yards. It's Chase Brown. And you're trying a 53-yarder to win after a big change of momentum like that when you very easily could have and probably should have at least tried to pick up a first down or 2.
Yeah.
Like most teams in overtime, yes, they'll absolutely take a field goal from 53 if that's what they have left. But how do you not try and get that down to a 35-yarder? How do you not try and get that down to a 40-yarder? Like, they shouldn't have been in that situation to begin with, that McPherson was kicking a 50-something yarder. I get that. I just am so frustrated at the play calling on that drive that it's impossible for me to think what could have been. And then, of course, Derrick Henry puts the dagger in your back 51 yards later, and it's ball game. And it's just frustrating.
I know Evan McPherson is great, and I know he's been perfect in fourth quarters and overtimes before today in his career. And Zach Taylor probably just thought that a 53-yard field goal was well within his range, but that doesn't excuse the play calling. The play calling was horrendous. I don't know how you do that. You have a quarterback who's thrown 9 incompletions today on almost 40 attempts for 400 yards and 5 touchdowns. You have a receiver in Jamar Chase who had a 70-yard touchdown on a bubble screen. Get the ball to these guys in space and try to cut into that yardage. Handing it off up the gut, and I see people pouring in the replies on the Chatterbox Twitter right now with the take that I was ultimately going to get to here. Who are you paying this much money? Who is your $55 million a year player? I understand we extended Evan McPherson. He's one of the highest paid kickers in the league, and we all trust him immensely to win football games for us with his leg. But you paid Joe Burrow to be the game winner, and they took the ball out of Joe Burrow's hands. They put it in the running back, said maybe they'll bust a run and we'll get a closer field goal. Otherwise, we'll kick the 53-yarder and give the Ravens pristine field position if he misses. I cannot believe that they didn't throw that ball at least once. I cannot believe that they settled for a 53-yard field goal. And as an Ohio State fan, it's PTSD from the Ohio State-Georgia game a few years ago. You have C.J. Stroud playing lights out, and Ryan Day settles for a 50-plus yard field goal that hooks, and Georgia moves on. This is a very similar thing. You have a lights-out quarterback that everyone in that stadium believes can move the ball downfield, and you take the ball out of his hands and rely on the kicker. I don't blame McPherson for the miss. The hold was botched. The snap didn't look phenomenal. I don't understand how you settle for a 53-yard field goal because it looked like that probably would have been good from about 40. Everything about this game just unraveled so fast. And it was all 3 phases ultimately at the end of the game that did us in. But I didn't want to do all negatives in the special teams segment. Ryan Ricow had a phenomenal game as the punter. 2 points basically on his ledger, pinning the Ravens very, very deep inside their own field position, inside the 5, inside the 2, I believe. And then Sam Hubbard able to get a safety on the ensuing play, tackling Derrick Henry in the end zone, gave the Bengals 2 more points, which were crucial all the way down the stretch. Obviously, an overtime game, every single point matters, and 2 of those were courtesy of Ryan Rico. 5 punts today for 257 yards, 4 of those 5 inside the 20. That's a punting average above 50 yards. We found this guy off the street as an undrafted free agent that hadn't made anyone's team, and he's improved this organization's special teams unit drastically. Obviously, you would love to see the hold be cleaner. That is going to be a dark cloud over a very good day for Rico. But punting-wise, seems like the Bengals have found themselves a punter. He leads the league in average. He's second in the league in longest punt, and he's not punting very much because this offense looks good. So, yeah, I don't know how many more positives I can find here, but I guess Rico's punting is good. I can't understand just for the life of me why you settle for a 53-yard field goal. I can't wait to hear what Taylor has to say on that. I'm sure that's going to be the bulk of the questions.
Well, we got a quote from him during his post-game press conference. He said, quote, "When you are in field goal range and you believe in your kicker, it's really as simple as that."
Yeah, that's not what I wanted to hear, Zach. That's not the quote I wanted to hear, Zach. As a Zach Taylor guy, it's getting hard, man. It's getting real hard because you can't change the quarterback, obviously. You're not going to change any of the weapons on offense. You're not going to change the O-line. They've looked pretty good. Defense, you can't change 22 guys. So what else do you change if it's not the coaching staff? Because this is unacceptable. I mean, this is becoming a Bengals brand of football, which is unacceptable. I mean, you have guys basically giving up, it seems like, at the end of games. And comebacks are plentiful, and we can't hold on to leads because the defense can't get a stop, and we can't get leads because the other team scores every time after the offense scores. So I'm beaten down. I'm a broken man right now, Craig.
I mean, it's one thing to play scared when you've been struggling offensively, right, and you're in a scenario where it's like a 13-13 ball game at the end of the day,
yeah,
and you have that ball and you're settling for that field goal because it's been just a rough shot the entire day and you haven't been really successful. We put up 38 points.
Yeah.
38 points, Jacob.
Yeah.
I just can't understand a scenario where you go out there offensively and look as good as you did today, and you put up 442 yards and 38 points, and you look at your quarterback, your $55 million quarterback, and you say, hand it off to Chase Brown 3 times up the gut. I just can't imagine that. That is coaching scared. I realize that Joe Burrow threw the interception on the last drive of regulation. I get it. But he's your $55 million man. If you can't trust him to pick up a couple first downs in overtime, then why did you pay him $55 million?
Yep.
This wasn't a team that was struggling all day to move the ball. This was a team that moved it time and time and time and time again. It's just unbelievably cowardly to get to overtime, get a big turnover in that situation, have Lamar Jackson bail you out. Lamar Jackson bailed you out
a few times.
He fumbled a snap that was right in his hands.
Yeah.
He bailed you out. And what do? You say, thanks, Lamar. Here's the ball back. No, what are we doing? I just don't get it. I'm beyond frustrated. I've been in the boat of not having a ton of faith in Zach Taylor as a play caller. Look, he plays like he's playing Madden. And and you know what? A lot of times that works. But at some point you have to have situational awareness. And the situational awareness being on your own or on the Ravens 38-yard line in overtime, a field goal away from winning it, and deciding that a 53-yard field goal is the way to go is not situational awareness. It's just not. It's a terrible, terrible decision by Zach Taylor. And I know that the national media is going to try and go after Joe Burrow for the interception. I know during the week, the national media was talking about how has Joe Burrow skated criticism for this long. Joe Burrow's not at fault here. Joe Burrow didn't call 3 straight runs up the gut.
Well,
if Ryan Rico doesn't,
slight development on that. according to Ben Baby, Joel Danneman of Fox 19, Zach Taylor said they called a pass on the first down play after the Jermaine Pratt fumble, and Burrow audibled it to a run.
Great. What about the next two?
That's fair.
What about the next two?
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. I just don't know how you're so safe. How do you not take any risks on that? I mean, you have to. You're giving the Ravens the win if you miss that field goal, and you're kicking a field goal that has probably like a 75% make rate or something like that. Over 50. I mean, I know McPherson's an outlier, but to kick a game-winning 55-yard field goal, that's not a chip shot. That's not. You don't put those points on the board when you run the team out there like you do on Justin Tucker's one at the end of the game. Sean Connor puts in the chat, we're talking a lot about Zach Taylor. He wants a little bit of Lou Anarumo criticism, 520 yards allowed. I think that all just gets lumped in with the defense.
I think at this point, there's only so much you can say.
Right.
There's only so much you can say. Here's what I'll say. And I made a note of this when it happened. Let me see if I can find it. After the Bengals tied it at 7, the Bengals had the Ravens. Let's see. It was third and 5, and they ran this really nice disguised zone look. They had like 7 guys along the line of scrimmage, and then they had 4 defenders back, and they kind of disguised what ended up being a zone look. And they had Lamar Jackson really confused, and he ended up scrambling around, and it was an interception, and it forced a Ravens punt. Well, they came right back to it the next possession. Like, you aren't going to sit here and tell me that Lamar Jackson isn't smart enough to watch a film and see what you're doing and be able to learn from it. The very next drive, he comes back to that exact same look, and Lamar Jackson ends up beating him on it on the Rashad Bateman 16-yard touchdown. Like, it just didn't make any sense to me from that he went back to the well that quickly on a play that worked so well the first time. Now, if you want to run that same look but end up running a different play, I get it. Yeah, I'm all for it. But the exact same thing happened with dropping back into zone coverage, and I'm going to pull the tape on it this week, and we'll talk about it more on Tuesday. I thought Lou had some moments where he looked really good. I thought Lou obviously had some moments where he didn't look good. At the end of the day, from my perspective, the defense had how many opportunities to tackle Lamar Jackson in the backfield that they didn't capitalize on? Yeah. How many times did Lamar Jackson stiff arm Sam Hubbard off of him? I wrote it in one play that he broke 3 different tackles in the backfield while running 20 yards backwards before finding an open receiver for a completion down for a first down. Like, I get it. I 100% get it. Lou has to take some blame, but also the players have to take some blame on the defense. Like, the secondary is not good enough. The front seven's not good enough. They don't tackle well enough. You know, they did a really good job against Derrick Henry and swarming to the ball, but anytime Lamar Jackson had somebody one-on-one, Lamar Jackson was not coming down.
And that's, familiar sight for Bengals fans, obviously, through Lamar's entire career. The most memorable play that we see all the time is the spin move on Nick Vigil and that vaunted 2020 Bengals defense. But, just another collection of highlight plays from Lamar Jackson today. And moving on, because I don't know how much more I can talk about how bad this defense has been. The injury concerns. A lot of concerns today with this Bengals team, and they started before the game. Mike Hilton was inactive today for the Bengals, had not practiced fully all week, and ultimately was inactive today, and that really came back to bite the Bengals in the butt when Dax Hill got hurt early in the game. And never came back in. That obviously led to some really, really big plays on DJ Turner and the rest of that Bengals secondary. Not that it was just DJ Turner at fault. Certainly some Cam Taylor-Britt as well. Dax Hill, maybe he means so much more to this defense than I thought, because it looked pretty good to start the game, and without him, that secondary imploded pretty quickly.
Yeah, and I'm pulling it up on social. It was a non-contact injury to Dax Hill. Zay Flowers made a cut against him as he was running towards the outside. Zay Flowers breaks back across the field, Dax Hill tries to plant and turn back. Clear right knee injury. He was ruled out pretty quickly. I don't know that we have a formal update on him beyond that, other than it was a knee injury and certainly didn't look good on a non-contact play for Dax Hill. So, look, you had Mike Hilton down today already and inactive. Dax Hill had to step up. A number of other guys had to step up. And, if Dax Hill is out for any sort of extended period of time and Mike Hilton is out for any sort of extended period of time, the secondary that already didn't look good, yet again, takes yet another blow. And just like after the first couple of weeks when the Bengals were without any interior defensive linemen, they're basically without any real secondary now outside of Cam Taylor-Britt. So, I mean, the injuries are stacking up against this team that's already struggling defensively. So that'll be a big concern. Offensively, Amarius Mims goes down the first drive of the third quarter, I believe it was. He does make it back out to the field for the last drive of regulation for the Bengals. So hopefully that's a good sign.
Yep.
But he's the guy that you really can't afford to go down.
As good as
your
the sign
offense
as you
is going to
can
be
get
expected
at
to put
this
up.
point.
Yeah, if your offense is going to be expected to put up 40 points a game, you can't rely on Cody Ford, with all due respect, to be your starting left tackle or right tackle or whatever they decide to do. So, I mean, injury concerns are definitely stacking up. Zach Moss got rolled up on his ankle. He came back in the game too, but we all know that those ankles can flare up after a game when you're walking around on it. I wouldn't be surprised if he was in a walking boot for a couple of days to make sure that he heals up. I mean, it's just a lot of things that are stacking up against this Bengals team who are already struggling and sitting at 1-4.
I wonder if this Amarius Mims injury, regardless of whether or not he's able to go next weekend, like you said, checked back into this game, so certainly looks as if he's okay, but I wonder if this injury was a little bit of a wake-up call to the front office of, hey, we don't have anyone behind him. Let's go do something to fix that. I mean, you cannot just be going to a coin flip of Cody Ford and Jackson Kirkland, and then you want to run a jumbo set at the goal line, and you bring in every active lineman you have. The Bengals have to do something to bolster the depth in that position, because Amarius Mims already going down and missing significant amounts of time in just his second start. This is a worry for him coming out of Georgia, injuries. And we need to have a contingency plan in place. And I'm not talking about a guy like Trent Brown level to start and play at a high level. I'm talking about a guy that can play two or three games and keep the floor of this O-line pretty high. I don't think Cody Ford or Jackson Kirkland can do that. I think they both drop the quality of this offensive line drastically. Not that any backup wouldn't, but I have a hard time believing that, a late round or mid-round pick wouldn't be able to get you a really, really good backup tackle, which is something I think the Bengals should be investing in right now with Mims and Trent Brown already on the IR. Mims battling this lower body injury. You don't know how long these things can linger or if they could pop back up again. I think the Bengals need to attack that backup tackle spot, but I think all of the moves or potential moves of the Bengals season comes down to this last point on the J-Bar before we get out of here. What does it mean? And I think that's the question a lot of Bengals fans are asking right now. What does 1-4 mean? Because 0-3, we said, okay, there's no wiggle room left. Let's just win out, go on some historic run, and we'll be fine. 1-3, it was okay. Well, it's okay. Let's get it going a little bit. We got to win against the Panthers. Need to win this week. Now sitting at 1-4, it's starting to hit a little bit that the season could be over 5 weeks in. It's such a massive uphill battle for this Bengals team to make it back into the playoff picture at this point that you're going to have to look completely different at the end of the day. If the team we've watched for the last 5 weeks looks even relatively similar to that on the defensive side of the football, there's no chance we beat anyone other than teams in that Panthers tier, which luckily, finishing fourth place in the North last year, we have a fourth place schedule, which means some of the worst teams in the league coming to Paycor and us going there instead of playing those division champs, which will definitely help. But if you have to score 40 points to beat any team with an even relatively competent offense, how do we chalk up any wins? I mean, I know a lot of people are pointing to that Giants primetime game coming up around the corner, talking about, okay, we'll get back on track against the Giants. beat the Panthers. The Giants are towards the bottom of the league. Well, they have a guy on the outside that's pretty freaking good in Malik Neighbors. And at this point, I don't trust our secondary to guard any number one receiver. The run game looks all right. Like I can't look at this schedule for the Bengals anymore and see any wins. Every game is at best a coin flip.
I mean, I'm not going to go that far yet. Malik Neighbors, we don't know what his status is going to be for next week yet. Not playing this week for the Giants, so we'll see if he's available or not. What it means is that you're at best 2 games out of first place in the division, and that's at best. The Steelers obviously play tonight against Dallas. They currently sit in first place at 3-1. If they were to fall, there'd be a 2-way tie at first at 3-2 with them and the Ravens, obviously. And so best case scenario is that you're 2 games out with still 13 games to play. So it's not like I'm not going to sit here and act like the season's over. I think our offense is good enough to win ball games. You've got games where you're not going up against good offenses.
Yeah.
You've got the Giants, who is not a good offense. You've got the Browns, who is not a good offense. You've got the Raiders, who have not been good and are looking to probably get worse with Devontae Adams maybe moving on. You've got the Steelers, who quite frankly are not a great offense. You've got the Titans, who are not a great offense. You've got the Browns, who are not a great offense again. The Broncos, the Steelers again. Like, you have a lot of winnable games still. And I find it really hard to just write off this team despite what my gut really wants to do. And my gut wants to tell me that the season's over.
Yeah.
My gut wants to tell me that this defense is going to blow it over and over and over again, despite who we play, and that we're going to go out next week and that Daniel Dimes is going to throw for 300 yards and 3 touchdowns against this defense. And my brain won't allow it. My brain won't allow that to happen. And I just, at some point, somebody's going to have to step up and make a play. I don't know who that's going to be. But at some point there has to be a big momentum switch, and that hasn't happened yet. I thought that maybe that Jermaine Pratt fumble had a chance at the end of the game, but at the end of the day, this Bengals defense really needs a game where they go out and they hold a team to like 17 points or less to get some confidence. Yeah. I think there is zero confidence in that locker room on either side of the ball in that defense. There shouldn't be.
Right.
There shouldn't be, but there has to be something to give you some level of confidence. Otherwise, what's going to happen is that your offense is going to have so much pressure on it that it's going to take steps back, and all of a sudden your offense is going to regress to the same level as your defense, and this team's going to look like the Bengals of the 90s.
Yeah.
So I think you've got 2 weeks here where you have to go 2-0. There's zero excuses not to go 2-0 against the Giants and the Browns. And then you reevaluate where you're at that point. But you need to be 3-4 going into the Eagles game on the 27th. There's zero excuse not to be 3-4 at that point.
Yeah, if you're anything worse than 4-4 when you play the Raiders again, I don't know, or when you play the Ravens again, I don't know what we're looking at here. Because that game's already going to be as must win as possible with AFC North when it comes to AFC North hopes, trying to get back on the right track in this division. But if you lose any of those games to the Raiders, Browns, or Giants, what is that number going to look like going into the Ravens game? -50? Or are the Bengals just going to be 2.5-point dogs to everyone from now on because the offense is going to score 40 and the other team's going to score 42? We might be the first team to finish 7-10 and never have a spread more than a touchdown because this offense is going to score every single game. And that's why it's so frustrating. This would be so much easier to swallow all of this if the offense just looked bad too. If the offense looked bad too, this would be so much easier to get over. But because Joe's playing at an elite level, because T. Higgins looks great back from injury in his last year as of now on this Bengals team, because Jamar Chase almost 200 yards today, fully back into the version of Uno that we all know, that's why this defense playing so poorly hurts so bad, is because you never know how long you're going to have an offense operating at this level for. Obviously, we talk about roster turnover in this league is almost more than any other league in the world. And you have T. Higgins, who's probably on his way out after this season, and you never know how long you can rely on a guy to be great anyway. I mean, there's plenty of times players in the NFL are phenomenal for a while and then just fall off the face of the earth, and that's obviously not something you think's ever going to happen with our guys, but You have an offense playing at an elite level right now, and you are not capitalizing on it. And I don't know how much longer we can have that happen. How long until the offense stops playing at an elite level? And then what are we? I don't know. That's a tough loss. That's as tough of a loss as you can get in the NFL. It felt like it was over 2 or 3 times. My weekend just continues to get worse. Craig, if there's anything else that you'd like to touch on before we get out of here, feel free to bring it up. Otherwise, I'm going to clear my head and come back much sounder with some breakdowns on Tuesday.
I mean, I'm just going to leave it at this, in that is that Zach Taylor and this coaching staff need to take a real hard look in the mirror.
Yeah.
Figure out who they want to be and what they're going to be moving forward. And they have to do something to really get a message across, right? Like, I don't know what that is yet.
Yeah.
I got to think about that. But there has to be something that changes the trajectory of this team. Something has to change.
Yep.
And it's way too talented to be sitting at 1-4. And if we're being honest with ourselves, they're too talented on defense to be giving up 41 points a game. Like, I 100% agree that they've been terrible. But if you look at this defense on paper when they're healthy, I know we talked about holes. Like, I'm not going to sit here and act like it's a perfect defense, but it's not the worst defense in the NFL on paper. And that's the way they've been playing.
Yeah.
And, we've talked about it before. A lot of people were talking about Lou Anarumo as a head coaching candidate.
Yep.
Lou Anarumo may be lucky to land a linebacker coach spot here before too long. So, yeah. No, I don't have a whole lot more valuable to add. Joe Burrow in his post-game press conference basically said that the reason that they're losing is they're not making plays when it matters. They still believe in themselves, which is all fine and dandy. Like, of course you believe in yourself, but
what are they supposed to say? Yeah.
What? I think this is one of those moments where, Joe Burrow, you as a leader need to step up. And I know it's not his style. And I know we talked about it last week about how it's only valuable in the right moments. And if you go crazy all the time, then it's just going to fall on deaf ears.
Yeah.
He's got an opportunity. And I think now's the time for him to really step up as a leader this week and hold some people accountable, himself included. I mean, he threw that interception. He audibled into the run on first down, apparently. So there's some blame to go around, but in general, just a deflating loss. I don't know if I've gone with this Bengals team from such a high with that Pratt fumble recovery to such a low with that Derrick Henry 51-yard field goal in such a quick amount of time before.
Yeah.
And look, I again appreciate the 250 people that have been in this chat for basically the entire show.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've tried to bring some energy. We've tried to bring some quality insight. I'm sure you guys are just as disappointed as we are. Really encourage you to come back on Tuesday. We'll have some video breakdown of some key moments of this one.
Yep.
Talk some more detail when we get our thoughts together. But we really do appreciate you tuning in all game long with Jacob on the play-by-play and reactions, our post-game show. We're passionate about this just like you all are, and our frustration runs just as deep as yours does. And I all I can say is that, I was on Chatterbox Reds a lot of the season, and as the season went on, it became a lot more and more difficult to do that show because the season went and gone pretty quickly.
Yep.
I'm really hoping that's not the case for this show, because there's a lot of people who enjoy the Bengals, and including myself, and it just 37 years of disappointment now, and I'm ready for a change.
Yep. If this goes south too much quicker, this might turn into a draft show, Craig. A lot of good prospects in this class. We could start doing some big boards.
I hope Reed's ready to come back for a play-by-play, because if we lose to the Giants, I'm 100% calling in the reliever.
Yeah,
there's zero chance
point,
you're doing that Browns
out.
game if we lose the Giants game.
I'm out. I'm doing everything I can, man. I'm doing everything I can to will this team to a win while I'm on this stream. But you said it there perfectly. I want to say it as well before we get out of here. Thank you to everyone that tuned in today, everyone that liked the stream. I think we had a super chat in here, if I can get back up to it. There's way too many chats in here. Sorry about that, guys. But anyways, thank you so much. There it is. Mark Fetter's $5 super chat. Zach Taylor playing not to lose instead of playing to win. That's exactly right, and I think that's a good way to end it. A lot of anger at a lot of different places, a lot of frustration, a lot of sadness, a lot of emotions just going around right now. This is a season Bengals fans thought was going to be one that we would probably remember forever, and it certainly seems like it's trending that way, but not for the right reasons. To the hundreds of people that tuned into the show today, watched me be a fool, believing in the Bengals, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. For everyone that stuck around for the post game, it means a lot. Thank you guys in the chat. Thank you for the likes. Before you get out of here, make sure you thumbs up the stream. Excuse me. And make sure you come back on Tuesday night, 6 p.m. Craig and I will be right back here, same spots, with the film locked and loaded, ready to go, discuss the key plays and the key players from this loss to Baltimore. We'll certainly have some better thoughts then. My brain is mush right now, and I could not be more upset. So, for Chatterbox Bengals, Week 5 post-game edition, Jacob Tissett, Craig Sandlin, thank you guys so much for tuning in. We'll see you next time.